tossing and turning all night? What's bothering you?
Nothing.
Don't you break a commandment in this room.
What commandment? Thou shalt not toss and turn?
No, thou shalt not lie.
That's not a commandment.
Really? That doesn't make it...
Woods, they practically gave grades away.
Blanche, in your neck of the woods, men named Bubba get into law school. Look, Blanche, it's time that somebody took a stand. I mean, it's time that somebody made a difference in Kevin's life.
Oh, Rose, honey, did you make the call?
Blanche, I appreciate you giving me the dental examiner.
Rose, please.
I can't, Al.
We've been seeing each other for a month, Rose. I've never wanted anyone so much.
What about your place?
My sister's there. She's an insomniac. We'd have an audience.
Well, I can't let you stay here. I just can't.
Well, I simply can't.
But Shady Pines making boats out of popsicle sticks.
I've had it. I've just had it. In the past few days, I have been turned down for every available part-time job in Dade County that didn't involve selling cocaine.
I want you to know how grateful we are that you are seeing us at this time.
Did I sit down? Have I sat down yet?
I'm sorry.
No, I mean, am I this short? My God, you two are like a couple of redwoods.
Sophia! After all this time, I was hoping you'd come.
I wouldn't have missed it.
You still got those beautiful eyes that light up a room.
I had cataracts.
Very becoming.
Okay.
I just found out that Mammy Watkins and Big Daddy had an affair. They were lovers for over 50 years.
We can't even get anybody to do our windows.
Honey, are you sure?
Yes, Mammy.
Oh, Blanche, how do you feel about performing in front of a video camera?
I think it's all right as long as you've already had at least 3 dates.
It's for my video class. My final project is a day in the... Bessie wasn't a mule. She was a big fat lady who pulled farm
For God's sake! What about tractors?
Well, come on, Blanche. If she was too old to pull a plow, how could she ever pull a tractor? Try your cupcakes.
Why is that funny?
No offense, Dorothy, but your cupcakes are dry and tasteless. Nobody ever likes your cupcakes.
My cupcakes are moist and delicious. Look out for you.
Oh, I just hope the band doesn't play the St. Olaf Wedding March.
I think the chances of their playing that are pretty slim.
Well, I don't know. It got awfully popular after Laurel and Hardy started using it as their theme song.
We're gonna have to keep an eye on her.
Ladies, see y'all later.
I can't believe it. Neither can I. Free tickets.
Oh, I'm talking about my daddy. Why, this singing thing doesn't make any sense. You know, I'm worried about him. Maybe I ought to go call... Are you sure this is the right place?
No, but it was the only address we could find in Pepe's room.
Oh, I still feel uncomfortable about going through Pepe's things.
Me too. Although it was kind of exciting opening his closet and seeing his little boxing trunks hanging there with that provocative nickname on them.
Little Richard was in Bermuda?
Yes, Rose. He was burying Fats Domino in the... Go ahead, Blanche.
Richard's always talking about how much his children mean to him. Standing up with his clothes on. He could be...
Anybody.
Please, Dorothy.
Oh, all right.
Can I come?
Sure, Mom.
Oh, boy, we're going to the living room. We don't have much of a life, do we, Dorothy? Dorothy, he's perfect for you. He knows your shoe size and he doesn't care.
Why didn't somebody wake me up?
Because the last time I walked into your bedroom unannounced, some guy missed the trampoline and almost killed me.
That is exactly the kind of thing I don't want.
He's a lizard. I mean, we stopped having sex.
Boy, I could never do that.
Oh, big surprise. I'm amazed you're taking a break now. All right, leaving your husbands out of this. Haven't you ever been glad when one of your relationships... Uncle Nunzio, but we call the goat a pet. Anyway, Ma, I want you to drag out anything that'll jog your memory about the old days.
You know, people in St. Olaf are lucky. We all have the same family tree. You can trace each of us back to the same brother and sister. I'm upset because we'll be all alone in the middle of the ocean, on a ship, in a stateroom, with a bed. Oh, I don't know what to do. I haven't been with a man in that special way since Charlie.
I just don't understand it. I forbade her to go, and she looked me straight in the eye and walked out that door.
Honey, you have to understand. Look, Lucy is experiencing her first taste of freedom. She's going through a rebellious stage.
That was better than I thought it would be. Now I can't wait to get down.
Hi. Can I get you ladies drinks?
I'll have a Manhattan, and I'm watching, so don't slip me any of the cheap stuff.
I'll have another Harvey Wallbanger.
Seen quite a bit of Mr. Wallbanger tonight.
I'm celebrating because...
Yes? Yes, she does. It's the police. There's been an accident.
You promised me you wouldn't drive alone.
It was dark in that hayloft.
Your father and I spent many an hour trying to figure out what to do with you. You drove that man to distraction.
Well, all right, maybe you talked about me, but that's not the same thing as being there.
I know that.
100% better.
And that's the big secret?
Oh, no. The big secret was that Miss MacGyver and Miss McKee were sharing a one-bedroom apartment off campus.
How will you?
Here you go, ladies. Dorothy, would you like some hors d'oeuvres?
No.
And I remembered. I mixed up the rooms, but I remembered. Of course, I thought the carving was in the kitchen. Sal used to hang his salamis in here. Dorothy, I may be fading, but I'm still holding on to some of the big things.
Yeah, and you might get more back.
Might? I insist. All I need is a little more...
No, I can't go on.
No, you have to, Marty. Just a little while longer, and I'll have that $1,000, and you will have a wonderful story to tell your poker club.
No, I'm sorry, Blanche. I quit.
Don't you dare.
No, I quit.
Don't you dare leave
No.
the dance floor.
Uh-oh, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like couple number 29 is out of the competition. And that little lady on the...
He settled down and found a job. He thinks he should be traveling over the country trying to find himself.
Maybe what Michael needs is a little exposure.
Exposure to what?
To plutonium, Rose.
To somebody more career-oriented, somebody like Bridget. Maybe if the two of them spent...
Blanche? Oh, hi. I found this picture of your mother and father. What do you want me to do with it?
Mrs. Bornak?
Mrs. Petrillo?
Blanche?
Great or gorgeous?
Gorgeous.
Well, what about sexy?
Yes.
Enticing?
I'll handle this. Blanche, no woman ever looked better than you look right now, and no one ever will.
Thank
On flowers for the awards banquet.
Really? Oh, gee, Ma, you know, ever since the two of us started planning this banquet, you have been incredible. I mean, you told me you got a great deal on the flowers, the caterer, the janitorial service. Oh, I wish I worked this hard for charity.
You will, pussycat. You will.
I just wish there was something more we could do for these people.
Especially the children.
Yes, I know. I'm supposed to look after their spiritual needs, but even I can't help thinking they have other needs that are far more pressing. Well, I'd like to thank you all very much for coming. I wish you every blessing for the new year.
Very cool.
There's nothing I can do, so get that look out of your eye and let go of my hand.
Girls, I am so excited. I just got a big bonus at work. And guess what I've decided to do with it?
What?
I'm gonna have my breasts enlarged.
I tell you, that Disney World hotel was just wonderful. It had everything. Good service, delicious food, a beautiful room.
What did you think of the rides?
They got rides?
Don't worry about it. You had a good time and you never had to stand in line.
We'd like to stay and chat, but we want to get settled in our new place.
Ma, really?
I was pregnant with your brother Phil. And just because I put on 40 pounds and was crying all the time, your father got the wandering eye.
Did you ever find out who it was?
I never actually met her, but I heard she was a short, scrawny, bird-like thing who never shut up.
Well, I'm not gonna declare it as income and let those lazy congressmen have my tax dollars.
Blanche, I don't want to do that.
Oh, well, all right, then just pay me under the table.
Oh, sure, I know that trick. Dorothy's done that to me before. I go under the table and you never show up.
The two of you was being married, and I didn't want Max taking Pop's place. But now that I see the two of you so much in love, I realize I was just being selfish. Ma, I want you to be happy. And I know Pop would too.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with my taste. You've seen that ring that I picked out for Dorothy.
Yeah. Actually, he was going for a bracelet, but the mechanical claw grabbed the ring.
Okay, girls, I guess I do need some help. I'll call tomorrow and we'll set up a time to go shopping. I really have to...
What?
Well, I thought I was the only one who quoted Shakespeare in a normal conversation.
Really?
You know, Dorothy, it's funny. A casual observer would say we're the ones who should be together. We share the same interests, we're in the same field, we're both attractive.
Now, the evening isn't over yet. Bergenplatz successfully matched a bull with a duck. And how their daughter was a bulldog who ran a small tattoo parlor in Concord. Honey, what's the matter? One April, Niels decided to breed Brunhilde. That's the pig, not the daughter. And he chose April because that's when pigs are at their most beautiful and desirable. Unfortunately, so was Fricka. So while Brunhilde and the pig were doing their thing, Fricka and the looking of going to bed with him.
You know who I think about going to bed with?
I don't want to know.
No, really.
Believe me, I don't want to know.
Okay, fine.
But I am confused. I mean, just when I think I'm over the man, something happens. Am I ever going to stop having feelings for him?
Luther Van...
That is about to erupt from a man who just spent a cold, lonely year cooped up with a pack of dwarfs. I'm not sure. All I know is the sight of a Santa sets my body aflame with unbridled desire.
Blanche, you were unfaithful to George?
Oh, of course not. I was only flirting. There's nothing wrong with that. It keeps you healthy, keeps you in shape, keeps your buttocks firm.
And I wasted all that time on jazzercise.
I have to confess.
That's my line.
Hi, I'd like to order the Zborny.
Rose, will you hang that up?
Times 500,000. Stan, you're rich.
Oh,
Congratulations. Congratulations. I know I called you a yutz in the past, but what I didn't tell you is that in...
Sure it is.
No, it's okay, Rose.
No, it is important. What's the matter?
I've rewritten this thing 3 times, and the most persuasive slogan I can come up with is, save our swamps. No, really, we mean it.
I like it.
Oh, no, you don't.
No, I don't.
It sounds like I'm...
What's she do, play the piano?
She plays the piano. You just wait till you see this. Okay, honey, come on, it's showtime. Yeah, come on, sweetheart. Oh, I know. Here we go. Okay, cow closet. I don't even know what to wear for the first night on the ship.
A life jacket and a great big smile.
I wonder what Rose is doing right now.
You mean you wonder if she's doing it right now?
No, I just wonder if maybe we didn't push her into something too fast.
But I'm dying for your opinion on my movie. Come on, it's all set up in the living room. I didn't get the soundtrack in yet, but I did get the editing done. Now remember, this would be better with a bigger TV.
Yeah, we know.
And it'd be better with music.
We understand.
And of course, it'd be better.
It would be better with Shelley Hackrose. Just turn it on.
Here goes. I'll see you girls in the locker room.
Vaughn, she's not serious.
Never has been, never will be.
Okay, then you'll need new gym bags, water bottles, vitamin packs, and most importantly, a sports training bra to minimize jiggle and bounce.
Yvonne, honey, I think you're missing the whole point of having breasts.
We'll take them. Honey, Michael, I thought you were touring with that band.
Great news, Ma. I quit.
You quit? You just got the job 2 weeks ago.
I know, but I feel like I'm in a rut.
Michael, how are you going to support your wife?
Oh, more good news. Lorraine and I separated.
What do you mean?
I think he means that he and Lorraine...
Was paying attention.
Oh, we sure were. Especially Dorothy. She even talked about taking up sculpting.
Really, Dad?
Oh, no, I didn't.
Yes, you did. You said you'd like to help him mold his clay or buff his marble anytime.
Rose, you're such a kidder.
Well, that's great. Now I won't be able to refill the prescription till tomorrow.
Tomorrow's a holiday. Pharmacy's closed.
Maybe I have another bottle in my room.
I can't understand how you could forget to tell Rose about that accident.
Forgive me, my memory's not as good as it used to be. Nothing on me is as good as it used to be.
Please be serious. You're just saying that so I won't set you up with any more women.
No, Blanche.
Well, then you're saying it because you're trying to get back at me for something.
Blanche.
Clay, I know you too well for this. After all, I know it can't be true. You're my brother.
It's true.
I was going to let Kirsten leave tomorrow and never tell her the truth. I was willing to risk having her hate me to protect Charlie.
One of the toughest guys in my high school. He smoked, he drank, he made those rude noises under his armpit. I was totally in love with him. And when he asked me to go to the senior prom, I was thrilled. Oh, when I came down the stairs all dressed,
Teensy bit of trouble in your course, and to be frank, passing this course is very important to me, so I was wondering if maybe you could give me a little help.
I see. Well, Blanche, considering that you flunked the midterm, you'll need an A on the final exam to even pass my class, and the odds on that seem pretty slim.
But you see, I have to have these...
Psychiatrist means psych, for psycho.
it does not.
She's right. I'm not staying. No, I'm not crazy, but he's going to think I'm crazy, because why else would I be here? So I'm not staying. I'm leaving. No, don't take your hands off me. Don't touch me. You cannot make me. No, don't you in there and talk to a perfect stranger who thinks I'm crazy and reveal the entire... I found it.
Good morning.
Gonna miss her, aren't we, Jake? We're gonna miss her, aren't we, boy?
Mr. Hubbard, I know it's a lot to ask at a time like this, but I've been finding it a bit much, worrying about water bowls and then morning walks and all.
And the girls...
We heard what you were telling them, Blanche, and I am truly sorry you feel that way.
Will you tell me why you want to put yourself and Doug through this? You know how people can be.
And if my own sister can't accept our relationship, what chance would I have with anyone else, right?
Right. No. No, what I mean...
We get what you mean. Blanche, we don't have to worry about what the world...
Community service. Back home, we didn't have a community organization for females. Unless you count Miss Maggie's house on the hill. Those girls would stand on their heads for you. Of course, I heard that cost you $10 extra.
It's more than life itself. One day, he decides to try somebody else's cupcakes. For lack of a better example, let's say my cupcakes. And I, in a mad, passionate moment, forget myself and let
St. Patrick, my backup pair can take a lot more punishment.
Well, you made a complete fool of yourself.
Oh, yeah, well, just wait and see who gets the part.
Could I have everyone's attention, please? We had to make a few very difficult choices, but remember, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart.
Oh, hello. This is Dorothy Zbornak. I'd like to confirm my reservation on flight 505 to Orlando. Now, let's go over the arrangements I made to have...
You don't even have to show him the car. I'll write you out a check right now.
No, at this price, I know I want the car. Don't take a check from him. Take one from me.
Look, I'm writing
right
out a
here.
$5,000 deposit now.
Oh, no, I can't do that. The banks are closed. I can't be sure it's any good.
You've got an honest face. I'll cash that check right here. She just keeps on going.
Oh, for goodness sakes! Why, you two could be celebrity lookalikes.
Oh, Blanche, do you really think so?
Well, absolutely. So, which one's Cheech and which one's Chong?
From now on, I'm going to be a more supportive mother. You look nice tonight. You look better than a lot of other women here. Like her, for instance.
Thanks, Ma. By the way, that's a man.
Hey, that's not my fault.
Girls, look, a mime.
I'm not saying you're a cheater. I'm not saying that you're like Stan. I don't know, maybe there's something wrong with me, that I'm not trusting enough, but I'm gonna need some time.
So what are you telling me? It's going to be months or years or maybe never?
Staying with him because he already knows so much about me.
Yeah, but Rose, do you love him?
I think so.
What about money?
Well, everyone loves money.
Oh, I mean, have you talked about financial arrangements? Now, if you were getting married, you could have a prenuptial agreement. But just living together, all you can do is...
Yes, Mr. President. Thank you. Goodbye. The president loved my letter. Oh, I've got to write this down in my diary right now. Oh.
I just figured out what I'm going to do for the talent contest.
What's it?
What? How do you remember all this?
I tagged them for migratory purposes.
Dorothy, come on, the auction needs you. The children need you. Please, won't you reconsider?
Oh, all right. It's only one night. I'll go. But I'll tell you, I really hate this.
Oh, come on, Dorothy. That balloon man couldn't have been that terrible. Get through all that, Blanche.
I was lucky enough to have my big sister Charmaine chasing after me, trying to talk some sense into my fool head.
Maybe Lucy could use a big sister herself right now.
If she doesn't already have one, I don't think it's humanly possible.
I'm going after her.
It's the middle.
Let's just get some sleep.
Good night, Ma. Good night, Mo. Good night, Larry.
I'm not going to be able to sleep. I'm on the wrong side of the bed.
Well, I usually sleep on the right side, and I want to be on the right side.
What the hell is everyone so particular?
Game.
Rose, let's go check out the coffee shop. Maybe we'll meet some cute doctors. Hello.
He's married.
Goodbye.
Those two here for a CAT scan?
Any longer. I can't marry you. I'm not a priest. I never was.
Uncle Angelo, what are you talking about?
I gotta sit down.
Let me tell you a story. Picture it. Sicily.
On to Final Jeopardy. And today our Final Jeopardy category is this: U.S. history?
My major in college.
All right, players, make your wagers. Today's final Jeopardy answer is American hero buried in Grant's.
Wow, in 20 minutes we'll be in St. Gustav. And then we'll hop on a train for Zumbro Falls and we'll grab the shuttle. By my estimation, we should be in St. Olaf in a couple of days.
Days?
Okay, what do you think of this one?
Dorothy, you and Elliot have been out almost every night this week. He's obviously hooked. You don't have to look good anymore. What you have on is fine.
Killed King Kong instantly. I mean, sure, he was big, but that's 102 stories. You look down. I know, it was a sad movie. I cried, too. Every time I see it, I hope maybe this time it'll... I ought to go to that banquet, and I'm going to call my date.
Honey, if you can get a date the way you look, you deserve that award.
Well, why don't you call your date, too? I would just love to have you there so you can eat your heart out when I accept the award.
Oh, don't worry, I'm going to be there, because I'll be the one accepting the award.
Well, tickle the ivories, Rose.
Gucci, 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 Gucci.
Rose, play or die. Miami is nice, so I'll say it twice. Miami is...
No.
You know, it's still pretty windy out there. I'm going to go outside and see if I can get airborne.
Well, I better get going, too.
I know. I bet you do undercover work.
And I'll bet he does it damn well.
You'll have to excuse my mother. She,
Looks delicious.
Oh, wait a minute. Before you eat that clam chowder, there's just one thing.
What?
It tastes better if your lips are warmed up first.
I'm beginning to see why this place is so romantic. Good morning, Dorothy.
Good morning, Blanche. Blanche, have you seen Jean?
No.
I wonder where she could be.
Didn't you say where she was going when you all got up this morning?
She never came to bed.
Maybe she stayed in Sophia's room.
Ma, did Jean slip?
You were saying?
Never mind.
You think the rain is ever going to let up?
You know something? I honestly don't care. Who needs outside distractions? What we have here is more important.
What we have here is getting on my nerves.
Ma, where are you going?
Someplace where there are no...
That transmitter at the McDowell's tonight, there's a great movie on TV.
What is it?
In Cold Blood. It's about this innocent family is brutally murdered.
May I
when they
see that, Rose?
Sure.
Tell us all about the big weekend.
And don't leave out a thing. I want you to start with the sweet nothings he whispered in your ear.
Well, okay. First, he said that I was a very attractive woman.
Yeah.
And then he said I was fun to be with.
Yeah.
And then he...
Thank you.
Rose, we're nervous enough about having to go over to the McDowell's. Do you have to make it worse?
Well, it's nothing to be nervous about. I mean, Bobby and Al are watching through the kitchen window the whole time. If we get in trouble, we just have to signal them. Hello? Is this Miss Beatty? I beg your pardon? Well, do you have a brother, Al? I see. Well, I must have the wrong number. I'm sorry.
Wrong number.
Right number, wrong.
Can You're a lovable man with a lot of lovable qualities, but I don't love you.
It's this clown thing, isn't it?
Cry, too.
Wow, you are sensitive. And finally, our four-time defending champion with $92,000. Attempting today to set an all-time Jeopardy earnings record, television associate producer, Rose Nyland.
What's your point?
Sorry to interrupt. Go on.
Well, Dorothy, you have no idea how my sister Virginia and I used to chase after this boy. Well, everybody did. He had it all. Football star, champion debater, class valedictorian.
How long did you and he wear lamb chops again, didn't you?
It's not like they slow her down.
Listen, have you seen my mother?
No.
I can't find her. She's gone. I ducked my head in her bedroom. She's not there. That's it. She never does what I tell her to do. It doesn't take a genius to figure out where she is.
I know. What you wanted to be.
Yeah. I wanted to go to college and be a school teacher. Pop wanted me to be a cosmetician in a funeral parlor.
He always liked looking at dead people.
Yeah.
Dead people in the Dodgers. That was it for him in the good time department.
Well, I'll never understand what Jean doesn't see in the opposite sex, but hey, if that's what makes her happy, that's fine by me.
There's one other thing.
Jean thinks she's in love with Rose.
Rose? Jean has the hots for Rose? I don't believe it. I do not believe it.
Day-old Danish.
12-hour days in a steamy hash joint serving chili to a bunch of grubby truckers?
Oh, come on, Blanche. I mean, she's working at the Fountain Rock. It's not Mel's Diner. I mean, the worst that can happen is she'll get scratched by a pinky ring.
3. Then I have a retirement account that's about $4,000.
Okay, I can borrow on my life insurance. That should bring us close, huh?
Then it's settled. We're going to call Sid and tell him to go ahead with a new roof.
Okay.
Oh, Ma. You will not believe...
Hi, girls.
Oh, Rose, I missed you at breakfast. Did you and Miles have fun last night?
Oh, yes. We had dinner at the Mandarin Ratskeller, that new Chinese-German restaurant.
How was it?
Oh, the food was good. But an hour later, Miles and I were both hungry. For power.
And Lucy's.
What about you, Rose?
Well, to be perfectly honest, I use a touch of peroxide.
Shut up, Rose.
You shut up! Now, stop it! Stop it! I cannot stand it anymore.
You know what I can't stand anymore? That phony accent of yours. What is this, designing women?
A little dinky play.
With that... Gee, Ma, I don't know if this was such a good idea.
I think you're right, Dorothy. Maybe I should have done my own hair. I've been doing it for years.
That's why it looks like something you buy on a stick at halftime.
Lap and peed on me.
I guess old habits die hard.
Listen, why don't I go back with Dorothy and then you can stop by the house when you're finished?
You're a terrific lady, Rose Nyland.
Thank you.
So how come you're not wearing the terrific lady button I got for you?
Oh, sorry.
Boy, can you tell a story?
I'm starved. Come on, let's make dinner. Come on. Dinny done.
Oh, well, I'm not really all that hungry.
I forgot all about him.
Yeah, well, you go on in there. Getting a guard dog was your idea.
I'm afraid of large dogs. When I was 3, I was attacked by a cocker...
Dorothy, it's just so unfair. They shouldn't be allowed to do this to a fine teacher like you.
Well, it's part of the experimental year-round school system. Every teacher is required to take a 10-week leave, and my 10 weeks are now.
This wouldn't have happened if you'd taken the job I wanted you to take.
Oh, Ma, you wanted me to be a nun.
Then this morning, I woke up and I was in the shower shampooing my hair, and I heard humming. Well, I thought there was someone in there with me. No, it was me. I was humming. And humming means I'm feeling good. And then I realized I was feeling good because of you. You made the difference.
Blanche, would you mind? You're closer to the knife drawer.
One summer when I was a little girl, Henrietta, our pig, gave birth to a litter of 6. And the next day, my father won the annual St. Olaf watermelon seed spitting contest. I put my skates on the wrong feet.
Oh.
Sonia Henderfinkins.
Morning, all.
Morning,
Oh, Rose, for God's sake. You look like a giant elf. Can I borrow that sometime? Open me. Oh, no. Oh, yes. It was the day before Christmas, and we were playing, and she jiggled the tree, and the star fell off and broke. So she told me to pick it up and put it on my finger, and I did. Then she plugged it in. And, oh, well.
I'll take tails.
Okay. Tails, you win.
I'll make it up to you, Dorothy, I promise. Listen, if there's ever a night where you can't sleep, I'll come to your room and sing Kumbaya.
Rose, I don't know what to say. Yes, I do.
Room furniture. Retail price for this magnificent prize, $12,000. But that's not what you picked.
Thanks for pointing that out, guys.
You're welcome, Dorothy. Let's see what's behind window 2. It's a brand new car.
War, only cheaper. It's a perfect game for Sicily, a country very warlike and dead-ass broke.
Well, they printed the retraction.
Let me see it. But I can't find it.
Of course you can't. It's way...
Your mouth.
I was just trying to loosen up a poppy seed caught in my teeth with my tongue.
Well, it's driving me crazy.
Dorothy! Come here, Ed. Sit down here. Listen. What Dorothy is trying to tell you. What's that cologne you're wearing?
Gentlemen, our charity dance marathon is now entering its 7th hour. Let's give our contestants a great big hand.
Hi, girls. How are you holding up?
Oh, fine. Just doing fine.
Terrific.
You know, this reminds me of the...
Tales just show kids how complicated life can be, and it does it on their terms.
I remember when I first read Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, it had a profound influence on me. 7 lonely men. Living in the woods, needing a woman.
Like someone walking slowly up creaking stairs.
We don't have stairs.
I know. How strange is that? What are you doing?
Well, I thought I heard a prowler outside.
Oh, my God, Dorothy, why didn't you call the police?
Oh, no. It turned out it was a neighbor's cat trying to mate with our plastic flamingo.
Well, didn't the phone scare you?
Well, of course it did. One of those times I really miss having a man around. They're so good at answering the phone in the middle of the night.
That's not all they're good at. And when they're really good, you don't even hear the phone. Dorothy, if there's something you're aching to do, then you simply have to do it. Do you remember when we went to amateur night at the Comedy Barrel? Honey, I know you've got to be as good as some of those people.
I couldn't. I'd be up there sweating bullets.
And dodging some.
No, you should try it, Dorothy, and we'd be right there, front and center, cheering you on.
Oh, who's for decaf?
Smooth.
Blanche, how could you do that? What did you mean when you told me that you could accept my being gay? Did you mean it was okay so long as I was celibate? It was okay so long as I don't fall in love? Doug is a part of the family now.
Oh, why not? I mean, the day's shot anyway.
Great. And after I can take you to dinner. How about that little seafood place near the Fontainebleau where we run our honeymoon?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
If memory serves me correctly, the last time we excused ourselves before the main course and rushed back to the hotel.
Pacemaker.
Wouldn't you be?
Blanche, everyone I know over 50, over 40, has a pacemaker. They all lead perfectly normal lives. In every way, Blanche.
But this is in me. Oh, Simon, for the first time in my life, I'm just scared of intimacy.
I can still manage the alimony payments.
No, that was not my question. I was wondering if possibly we could discuss this maybe tomorrow. You see, I have plans to go out this
Dorothy,
evening.
please. I'm afraid to be alone tonight. My world is crumbling around me. I'm at my wit's end. I don't know what I might do.
Oh, I do. You'll watch an old Barnaby Jones, eat a half gallon. I thought it would be fun.
Uh-huh. Well, have yourself a good time and try not to overdo it.
Blanche, what is that supposed to mean?
Oh, nothing. It's just that these things can be a little strenuous for a woman of your years.
Who am I, Mamie Eisenhower?
Melt too fast.
I don't believe it! This is incredible news. I've been nominated for St. Olaf Woman of the Year.
Well, that's nice. Did the new TV guide come yet?
Blanche, you don't understand. In St. Olaf, this is the heart.
Dorothy? Dorothy?
Becky, what's the matter? Something wrong?
Well, I was just wondering what being in labor feels like.
How do you feel right now?
If I had any military secrets, I'd talk.
I better send water.
Please do not send water. We have found that envelopes leak. Until the rains come, we ask that all citizens be celibate, except for Ulf, the Umbrella King.
He's in there.
So was I. I went to put back your laundry. And I see there's a man on the bed, so I introduced myself. But he doesn't answer. He's dead.
He's shy. He's very shy.
Didn't sound so shy last night.
Okay, fine. Let a dead guy lie there. It's going to be 98 degrees today. It won't be pretty.
Mama!
Script you're ever going to read. And she said, Rue. I'm not interested in doing Maud and
I'm going to be dead in 24 hours. Couldn't you stay in the closet for one more day?
Rose, what are you doing here? April morning.
Oh, well, you ought to talk all fresh, scrubbed, and rosy cheeked like a country parson in a September hoedown.
Why do I get the feeling they had a maid named Honeybee when they grew up?
Come on in, Clayton. I want you to meet my best friends, Dorothy and Rose.
Nice to meet you, Clayton.
This is Mama. Hi. Nothing's wrong. Do I have to have a reason to call you? Just thought I'd call and see how you're doing. Really? Well, that's great. You know, Janet, I was thinking maybe I could just sneak away for a few days and...
Shoot them.
No can do, ma'am.
Well, you have to do something. I mean, this is ridiculous. My mother is missing because of these two people who can't keep their hands off each other.
Dorothy, please, you're being irrational. Yes, I am a pig.
Well, yeah, what precinct?
Oh, Doctor, thank God you're here.
I'm not the doctor. I sell hats.
Mr. Minervini?
Rose, who is this man?
He's my ice skating. Oh, my God, I must have called the wrong coach.
Oh, James, this is different. I've been working on this since noon.
Ma, when are you going to learn that these money-making gimmicks of yours never work?
Hey, I'm not the only one with big dreams. I remember a time when we all thought catering was the ticket. You remember that?
Try to explain why we did it.
No, leave me alone.
Well, just be a second. Rose, we are not leaving this spot until we talk this out. I don't care if it takes all night.
How could you do this to me? I thought you were my friend.
We are, Rose, and what we did out of friendship.
Friendship.
You made me look like...
Oh, all right, all right. But I once did make love to an unattractive boy named Ernest, and in the middle of it, I cried out Elvis's name. Technically, I think that counts.
Ma, what's the matter?
Esther Weinstock is dead. We grew up together. She was my best friend. Salvador DeMilo tried to kiss me. I never told a soul. Nobody else knew but you. We were alone in the kitchen when I spilled my guts out.
We weren't alone. Vinnie Jamala was drunk under the table.
What are you talking about?
I can't believe you don't remember. He threw up in your shoe.
Dorothy, Sophia's not sick. She didn't eat a bad cannoli. So whoever called and said that was just making the whole thing up.
Rose, Dorothy made the whole thing up. She doesn't want to go with us.
Well, you...
Trapped in a seething cauldron of forbidden passion for his gorgeous sister-in-law. There were nights when he actually bayed at the moon. But he finally realized that I was totally committed to George, so he...
Fight.
No, I saw it. I was here.
Well, there doesn't seem to be any problem now.
I thought you said this was a cold drink. It's lukewarm.
I told him no ice.
You dumb butchagaloop. What do you think makes it cold?
Your attitude is making me cold, woman, so lighten up and say thank you.
That's reverse, Dorothy.
I did that once. It was his birthday.
Ma, we did not get a VCR so that you could watch dirty movies.
I'm 81. What are you worrying about? You
All color will return. Bye-bye.
Now, who in hell was that?
Another one of Rose's new friends.
Friends? They're more like animals. All they do is party and carry on all hours of the night. I am abhorred.
We know what you are, Blanche. I'm glad to finally hear you admit it.
Well, I guess we should get back to work.
Oh, I suppose so, but you know, a big meal always makes me so sleepy.
Is that why you usually go right to bed after a date buys you dinner?
You sure you're not going to say I told you so? You're a good person, Dorothy. You want some?
Wonderful. Half a pound of cholesterol.
Are you sure you don't want to go take a ride and look at our swamp?
You really came through, Blanche.
I feel all warm inside. This must be what they call the joy of giving. Feels a lot like cramps.
Cocktail wiener?
Let me get this straight. Blanche couldn't get the hang of Dirty Dancing, but you could?
Dorothy, now do you see why I'm so embarrassed? Can you imagine a dance with movements just like making love and I can't do it?
Relax, Blanche. Maybe standing up is what's throwing you. Oh, my God, they've bonded.
Hey!
What are you doing?
We were going to watch the Nun story. I've never seen it before.
Oh, she leaves the convent in the end. Here it is. Ironside.
Girls, don't you just love our hotel?
Oh, it's so much nicer than those big chains. How did you find it, Blanche?
Well, it was in our price range, and it was near the beach, and it had the most men hanging out in the lobby.
I think we better go. We don't want to keep Bert waiting.
Wait a minute now.
Girls, come look at the tree. Oh, isn't it breathtaking?
Oh, it sure is.
And now it's always going to be there. And all because of Mrs. Claxton.
Yeah, you know, I guess you were right all along, Rose. Mrs. Claxton did have a reason for being here.
You know that
Authorized Elvis fan club. I'll try to pick up the pieces and go on with my life. I mean, there must be a support group for people like me.
We're sorry, Dorothy, but the bylaws...
It's all a big mistake.
Voila.
Oh, will you? All my keys are bent.
Don't just stand there. Applaud them.
That must make you feel proud.
Well, now that's what Sergeant Delfino said. Why, you must feel proud knowing that by having come forth as you have possibly saved other Ulsters from a similar ripoff. Call me an Ulster. I called him a pig.
Thing.
Spill it, Ma.
I'm scared. I'll do anything you say.
Where is the jacket, Ma?
I gave it to the guy from the thrift shop.
You what?
Let's go. We've got to get down there before they sell it.
What's the big deal? It's only a
Too much pleasure out of all this.
No, I'm sorry, Blanche. It's just that you've always described yourself as being a great beauty, and it's interesting to see that you were
Plump.
fat.
Enough.
I'm sorry. Fat water rat. 50 bullets in your head.
I care for you, Jonathan.
Then will you marry me?
Yes. Yes. Oh, yes. 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 Yes.
Rose?
Oh, yes. Rose, honey, wake up. Rosie, wake up, darling.
Rose!
About how nice you were to my brother and how proud I am to have such a sweet person as my friend. Now I can't say it.
Well, sure you can.
No, I can't. You just ruined it.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Oh, I forgive you, Rose.
He was loving, he was loyal, he was fun. He never left my side.
I wish my ex had been like Fluffy. Would have solved a lot of problems.
You could have had him fixed.
She'll do a fine job.
Now, Rose, you don't understand. She only thinks that she has a job. I worked it out with the owner, Mr. Porter. This flu has really knocked her for a loop, and her doctor says she has to rest for at least 3 weeks. I've been working so much, I figured this is the only way I can get someone to keep an eye on her during the day.
Dorothy, that's dishonest.
I was hoping you'd use my wedding dress.
That's nice, Ma. As what, a hand puppet?
Oh, Dorothy, there's a limousine.
Unless, of course, the Japanese come up with something. Here you go. Come on, here's his name and number. My God, what handwriting doctors have. I can't even read this, and I just wrote it.
Here it is.
Thank you, Oliver.
How'd you gonna know it's not chicken soup?
No improvement.
I'm sorry. By the way, you're wearing your knee brace on your neck. I know Ma is faking. She is not really paralyzed.
It's only natural for you to feel that way.
Save it, Ma. I am going to tell Uncle Angelo the truth.
It's only for a couple of hours more.
Ma, I can't do it. I mean, pretending we're married, acting as though nothing happened, it's making me crazy.
It's time to take my heart medicine.
You need a glass of water to take your pill?
No pills. I take a shot of scotch at 12 years old if you got it.
Concoctions.
Yes. It's called Gnerkenflirten cake. It's an ancient recipe, but I Americanized it.
Yeah, so one might say you brought Geflerken into the 80s?
Yes, but I'm not one to blow my own vertuben. I don't. Just talk to him.
Hello? Uh-huh. 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 Okay, goodbye. We're back together.
You know, sometimes when you're
Like a nice number. Night.
And you're talking about his wife. So, did you bring the bimbo?
Chrissy's back in Maui. I just came to sell a piece of property that Dorothy and I bought when we were in Miami on our honeymoon. Just sign on the last page.
Read it first. The last time he had you sign something, I ended up in a home.
Not all that much. I'm just gonna put it on and take it off. Then put it on and come home and take it off again.
Dorothy, great news. Gladys Goldfine called. She's taking me to see Tony Bennett.
Oh, Sophia, that's terrific.
Tell me about it. I won't have to spend that evening with Dorothy.
Ma, it's the 90s. You can call it what it is. Our monthly visitor.
No, The Curse of the Strega. It was a curse laid on you by Lena Passarelli, our village witch.
What village? I was born in Brooklyn.
Here's a news flash. Witches can fly.
Why is it you wanted to see me about?
Not now, Dorothy. Finish your thought, Blanche.
Into the kitchen, Stanley.
Well, I'll just send one of them home. Only which one? You know, Sophia, I used to have this recurring dream about twins. They always killed each other over me. Maybe I'll drive. They cut off their right arm to sleep with me.
I agree with Dorothy. I don't think you'd even still be dating Fidel if another woman wasn't interested in him.
Girls, look, I know it seems strange, but I happen to have strong feelings for Fidel. I can't explain it. Some things in life defy explanation. Yeah, like all over the place.
On the farm, a lot of the animals got artificially inseminated. Once, Harry the Bull went through a whole spring unaroused. And the cows and my father were out of their minds with grief. I mean...
Too much, and when you do that, you're gonna get hurt.
I know. Oh, but I was so disappointed. For 40 years, I've had this fantasy that Mr. Gordon would come swooping into my life like Sir Lancelot. Now I don't even have that.
You can keep the fantasy alive. It's part...
Stick around a while.
Get rid of him.
I think he's coming down with the flu.
Oh, who cares?
Don't explain, Rose. I used to live with a couple of bitches myself.
To the ball, and I'll throw you down the alley. This is embarrassing. Now get back out there. Why do I feel the need to bathe?
So how was it, Blanche?
Oh, you might as well ask me to describe the glory of the Great Smoky Mountains as they rise from the mist of a Carolina dawn.
They went to a sleazy motel.
Or the colors of the... You can't watch.
Well, I was thinking maybe someplace like Williamsburg, Virginia. Or maybe Washington, D.C.
You're moving, Rose? Too bad. This would be touching if I liked you more.
I'm not moving, Sophie.
But look, Rose, to tell you the truth, it just wasn't the swell time I had in mind. But look, I'm starting to get a little suspicious. There's somebody else, isn't there?
It's all right.
Is everyone all right?
Oh,
Everyone's fine. We just had a little accident.
Well, we didn't have a little accident. Lily had a little accident.
Blanche, please.
I'm sorry. I guess I'm not used to your stove.
Maybe you shouldn't have been cooking on it, darling. Well, somebody could have gotten hurt.
I said I was sorry. It was an accident.
Would anybody else like something cold to drink?
I would.
Blanche, I really should be going, you know.
Oh, all right, Laszlo. Thank you again for the ride home.
It was my pleasure. Goodbye, Blanche. Goodbye, Dorothy.
In a malt shop, the greatest pleasure you can get is slurping up what's left in the blender.
Is it any wonder I never breastfed her?
Well, I can't do this. You're just going to have to get yourself another Henny Penny.
Rose, honey, there's no reason to be upset about Henny Penny. Fairy tale.
What if I have to sleep outside in some park?
You know, there's an old Italian saying for times like this. Scappa, tu sei malfortuna.
What does that mean?
Get away from me, you bad luck. Okay, that's it. Drink this. It's a secret potion from the old country. Guaranteed. Oh, my nose!
Ma, quit listening at the door. I'm flying my mother's sister, Angela, over from Sicily.
And she's bringing the surprise?
Now get back there.
He's here, isn't he?
Who?
Who? Rocco.
Rocco.
Ma, let me refresh your memory. The man you met in the police lineup?
I was at the police station to identify the guy who stole my purse. Rocco was there on a trumped-up charge.
Ma, I have to do to get rid of him.
The next step is to ascertain the condition of your exterior. For this, I need to perform a cursory inspection of your subterranean substructure.
You mean crawl under the house?
Anybody can make it sound stupid.
Poor man, how does he face himself every day, knowing his life is devoted to killing
Wait a minute, Rose. That is an invasion of privacy.
What makes you think she wants a party?
Everybody wants a party, no matter what they say. But if you think we don't really need to know Blanche's real age, then maybe we should...
Open the damn envelope.
I can't believe it. After all these years, we're
It's a dream for me. Martha wants to commit suicide. And she wants me to be there with her.
And what did you say?
I said I'd think about it. You can't say no to somebody who pops for a $75 dinner. Tell them, Blanche.
Look, I promise I'll be back in less than an hour. Thank you, and Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Girls, you know what this cheesecake is missing?
Chocolate syrup.
Oh, I wonder if he has any.
I'll go look in the back. You need some.
Who is it?
Dorothy.
Dorothy. Stay under the covers. I'll get rid of her. Dorothy, it's...
Oh, my God. Now it all makes sense. Why the hat check guy serenaded me with Moon River, why the chef gave me that extra large cut of beef, why the busboy did that thing with his tongue. Ma, how could you do this?
Okay. Hey, Irving. Sorry, our deal is off. My daughter doesn't...
Sophia, that was a very sweet thing for you to do.
Hey, Rose is a good kid, and I like her a lot. But after all is said and done, I would sell Dorothy to the gypsies to get that bedroom.
How many of my classmates are gone? I mean, look, Frank Bonatardi, tight end on the football team, heart attack, dead.
Well, Dorothy, don't think of it as Frank being dead. Just think of it as God telling Frank to go deep.
Honey, it's as easy as
He's riding a bicycle.
I never learned how to ride a bicycle.
It's as easy as falling off a bicycle.
Really? Well, that is easy. Thanks, Phil.
It was just a hunch.
Not worrying about the end of the world.
Hey, what's with the long faces?
Oh, we were just talking about the bomb.
Very nice. You haven't even seen my new act.
No, we were not talking about you.
Everybody's going to be talking about me when they see what I cooked up for the talent show.
I just wonder what she wants, the conniving little witch. You're welcome, Maurice.
Let's make a toast.
With water?
Well, I can't drink.
You never could. One Jack Daniels and you'd disappear with half a fraternity house. Over the last 5 years. Or a pair of shoes. Dorothy, what am I going to do? I'm meeting with my accountant tomorrow. He said to bring everything.
You better include a cake with a file in it. Where are your receipts, Blanche?
I always thought you only needed a receipt if the dress you bought didn't fit.
No, thank you, Sophia.
How about some coffee?
Sorry, I didn't steal any, but I have plenty of matches.
I meant that we could make some.
Good idea. I'll put some on.
Dorothy, I have to tell you, not being able to spend any time alone with you is driving...
The Donatello triplets, ladies and gentlemen. I'll bet those boots have more miles on them than... Joan Collins' waterbed. Her waterbed.
Because in spite of everything, you're still the best.
I think I'm gonna cry.
No, honey, now don't do that. Your eyes will get all beady and your nose will swell up like Carl Malden.
Wait a minute. If you bought the ring back, how did you come up with the rest of the money?
Curtis Borgnine.
I just fixed a special treat for David. It's the same little after-school snack I used to make for my own son. A triple-decker BLT, a hearty helping of homemade potato salad, and a great big slice of double chocolate fudge cake.
Oh, where was he going after school? The electric chair? Chip in and get Rose a CAT scan.
Rose, is there a point to your story?
Well, of course there's a point to it. Mrs. Gunderson was a really sweet woman, but she just couldn't do the job anymore.
Then it's settled. We fire Marguerite.
Oh, but couldn't we wait just a few more days?
Be able to help Peppy, too.
Yeah, you can be a constant reminder of what might happen if you spar without headgear.
I mean, I might be able to help him with this. Hey, my name is Anna. My husband's name is Ed. We come from Anna River and we sell antlers.
This is ridiculous. The important thing is that we get our money.
51.
Where was he stationed?
In the attic.
Ma, you told me he was in the Arctic.
The attic, tomato. He had a family to feed.
Well, anyway, this soldier really did go to the war, and he's going to be here any minute. I don't know what to do, because I can't remember.
What are you talking about?
I am giving up the physical side of my life. After what I've been through, I cannot trust myself to climb the heights of passion anymore, because I can't be sure of ever getting back again.
I know you have to be concerned about the...
Donatello triplets, ladies and gentlemen. I'll bet those boots have more miles on them than... Joan Collins' waterbed. Her waterbed.
I will not have sex with anyone. Unless they really, really need it. Amen.
Hi. Are you waiting for news on Rosen Island?
Yes, we are, Doctor. How is she?
I've just seen her and she's fine.
Oh, patience.
That looks like it's working. Grace loves animals, always has.
Oh, everybody does, Mr. Hubbard. That's why ancient man, when he discovered the need for pets, turned to the animal kingdom.
I see.
What a good boy. Yes, you are.
Oh,
On the other hand, Philip would never pick a Mayan sacrificial knife as a murder weapon. Too obvious. But it would be no problem for his sister to sneak the weapon out of his collection.
This woman's pathetic.
Oh, big news. Tear out the...
Miles, visiting hours at the hospital are until 10.
Oh, please tell him I hope his leg feels better.
Oh, he feels great. He says a week in bed is just what he needs.
Tell him I'll drop by to see him again tomorrow. I went by that thimble museum and I got him a thimble from France. See...
Tails. How did you know that, Dorothy?
I'm clairvoyant, Rose.
You're so lucky. I get into a pool, I sink like a stone. But how did you know about Blanche?
Stuck here on Valentine's Day with the three of you. Oh, this is the worst day.
Stop meddling in my life. I am sick of it. I told you, if I want a date, I can find one for myself.
Oh, Dorothy, dear, sweet, delusional Dorothy.
Blanche, if you don't mind, I'm having a heart-to-heart with my mother. Now listen up, you withered old Sicilian monkey.
Oh, Sophia, that smells heavenly. Is it Chef Boyardee?
Stick it in my heart, Rose. It'll hurt less.
Oh, girls, I cannot believe how extravagant I've been. It cost too much money, but when I saw it in the window, I had to have it.
What?
Look at this.
All color will return. Bye-bye.
Now, who in hell was that?
Another one of Rose's new friends.
Friends? They're more like animals. All they do is party and carry on all hours of the night. I am abhorred.
We know what you are, Blanche. I'm glad to finally hear you admit it.
This has gone far enough. Rose, honey, I want to talk to you.
Now, don't bother Rose. She's busy.
Oh, it's okay. I was just thumbing through the old family album. Here's a picture of baby when he was young.
It's a symbol of freedom. This picture is a symbol of liberty. This picture was made in Taiwan. Well, maybe they stopped off at the Ellis Island gift shop. The point is, this picture is worth a considerable amount of money.
Lady, that story is worth more than the picture.
A month.
Morning, Ma.
Dorothy, you'll be glad to know my practical joking days are over.
Ma, that is...
Are you okay? Oh, I'm fine.
Oh, I know exactly what you're going through. I can read it in your face.
You can.
Oh, sure. Your husband or your boyfriend dumped you. Oh, honey, don't let it get you down. It's just...
Isn't this a bit sudden? Odd and a bit sudden?
No, I've been doing it for years at children's hospitals. It's been the one bright spot in my life. That and you. Dorothy, I've been lawyering 70 hours a week since I was 25. Can change them.
Hi, Rose. What you got there?
Just a little snack. Oh, darn, I forgot some.
Not bad. What is it?
I'm not sure. Depends. But in general, it refers to the kind of person you don't want to share your Hugenkoggles with.
Rose, if you say one more of those stupid words, so help me
out your tube and burbles.
Well, isn't that something? You think you know somebody, then you find out something like this. Hard to believe.
I'll say. To think Dorothy's lived with the Temptations. I've never even been to one of their concerts.
That's why I make him out to be more than he is.
Then you will give him the money.
No, but I'll give it to you. Under one condition. Don't ever tell Stanley it came from me.
I don't understand.
Well, Stanley has a tendency to be weak. If he knew I was a soft touch, he'd never amount to anything.
Giving directions.
Dorothy, I gave Kate the directions over the phone.
And who are you, Rand McNally? You couldn't make a mistake.
Shall I set this down someplace?
No, Rose. Go to the corner and open a stand.
Dorothy.
I'm sorry. It's just that I'm...
What the hell are all those sardines doing in the kitchen?
Wait till you're my age. We'll see what kind of straws you clutch at. Questions, and you better have the right answers. Things like, who do you like better, me or Hitler? Who's got the snappiest boots, me or Hitler? Who's got the cuter girlfriend, me or Hitler? And you always had to answer Mussolini. Otherwise, they forced you to play the lightning rod. Rose, listen to us.
Rose, we're the ones who wrote those letters.
What? We were just trying to cheer you up, honey.
Oh, honey, and we couldn't find the right moment to tell you about it. Oh, honey, we're so sorry.
Oh. Well, didn't the phone scare you?
Well, of course it did. One of those times I really miss having a man around. They're so good at answering the phone in the middle of the night.
That's not all they're good at.
And when they're really good, you don't even hear the phone.
Dollars.
$5. $100.
Stanley, what are you doing here?
I'm buying a date with the woman I love.
Oh, geez, not in front of people.
110.
What the hell is he doing? Didn't you give him a limit?
Be refreshing, Rose. Look, it's like driving in the country and getting lost. You may not know where you are, but you always have a good time finding your way out.
That was a compliment, wasn't it?
Come on.
I'd be perfect for this job. You see, I am the battered consumer. I drive a gremlin, for God's sake.
I'll tell you what I'll do. Will you accept the test?
You bet.
One of the most important parts of this job.
Blanche, I want to thank you. I am really having a good time.
You know, Dorothy, there's a thin line between having a good time and becoming an obvious wanton slut. I know, my toe's been on that line.
Sophia?
All right, girls. I want to present Blanche Devereaux's latest creation. I took an 84-year-old woman and made her look like a 65-year-old drag queen. Dorothy, I don't know what to say.
I understand, Blanche.
Oh, no, you don't. See, I used to think I was a miracle worker, that nobody could do what I do at the museum. And then you came along and learned my job in less than a week, and I realized any idiot can do...
One of the toughest guys in my high school. He smoked, he drank, he made those rude noises under his armpit. I was totally in love with him. And when he asked me to go to the senior prom, I was thrilled. Oh, when I came down the stairs all dressed, Ma, did you have a sardine sandwich for lunch again?
Dreyfus?
Ma, what the hell is Dreyfus doing here? Hi, Rose. Hey, what you doing?
Oh, it's a variation on an old idea. Homemade Mr. Potato Heads. You take a baked potato and you give him 2 little raisins.
There was nothing else to do. It was either that or watch Three Amigos with a headset.
Well, I am going to forget all about this while soaking in a nice warm tub.
Me too.
Rose, we only have one tub.
I get the deep end.
Rose!
And it was heavenly. But before I tell you about my weekend, I want to hear all about yours.
You're looking at it. All I did was sit. Blanche was all over me like a cheap slut.
I think you mean soup.
Not necessarily. But you know, this proves something. Left to herself, Blanche... Yes.
Dorothy, when you get around my age, two things happen. One, you get more intuitive about the weather, and two, corn becomes your enemy.
Ma, even if there is a hurricane a-comin'...
Don't patronize me.
Oh, why not? I mean, the day's shot anyway. Great. And after I can take you to dinner. How about that little seafood place near the Fontainebleau where we run our honeymoon?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
If memory serves me correctly, the last time we excused ourselves before the main course and rushed back to the hotel.
Say, it's time to play Grab That Dough. Hands on buzzers. Let's begin with our trivia lightning round. What famous Tennessee Williams play was recently made into a film by Paul Newman? Willard.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Girls, maybe we don't even need to worry about our bodies. At the counseling center, we teach people that changing their dispositions can sometimes be just as effective in making a good impression.
Oh, Rose, if you're thinking of one of those personality-enhancing exercises, you're forgetting we tried that already once, too.
And I'll never try
Don't you
that
remember?
again.
Boom, 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 boom. Mr. Sandman,
Yes?
bring me a dream. Meet you. Lunch is all set up out on the lanai. Your father tells me you're a classical musician. What do you play?
The English horn.
I didn't know horns had nationalities. But I guess it makes sense if jumping beans can be Mexican and fire drills can be Chinese and flies can be Spanish.
How about a cup of tea, Martha?
A little. I made a pig of myself at the funeral.
It was nice. Everybody had a good time.
I'm going to miss her so much.
I know. But you said yourself the last few weeks were so hard on her. At least now she's resting peacefully.
I feel so.
I lend you a perfectly fine automobile, no strings attached. And you let some thief drive off in it. Rose Nyland, I will never forgive you.
Wasn't it insured? They'll pay you full blue book.
All is forgiven. I'm gonna go call the car dealer right now and tell him he made a sale.
Blanche!
Well, it's none of your business. That woman was a saint.
Gigolo.
Is there something wrong here?
Oh, that woman is impossible.
The man is a cretin.
Dorothy? Miles? Dorothy? I can't let that happen. I just can't.
Oh, my God. It's worse than I thought. Why, this is more baffling than the Paxton Osgood case. First, Rose had to lie about the money, and now she's hiding some deep, dark secret about Charlie.
Well, Blanche, whatever it is none of our business. Come on, Ma, let's go to bed.
What tell is going to change my mind?
Not even the one we could tell your father about how his car got dented while you were doing wheelies and not while it was sitting in the parking lot?
You wouldn't do that, would you?
Hey, she's your grandmother. Has she ever lied to you?
She took that playwriting course.
Oh. She turned Mary Had a Little Lamb into a musical.
Don't laugh. Blanche was terrific as Mary. And I made a pretty good lamb, even though my knees were killing me for weeks. And Dorothy's performance stole the show.
Come on, I mean, how could you not with material like that?
Oh, Sophia, look here. Here's a postcard from Big Daddy and Margaret. They say they're having the time of their life honeymooning in the Bahamas.
Please, the big news is he lived through the wedding night.
The computer made a mistake. Ma, that money doesn't belong to you. Now, how much are we talking about?
Enough to have you rubbed out if you rat on me. So far, 170 grand, but I haven't checked today's mail.
It was awfully sweet of you to...
Sorry.
Well, you ought to be. What about Dorothy? She happens to be my friend.
There's no reason to bring Dorothy into this.
Hi, Elliot.
Well, hello, Rose. My, what is that marvelous scent you're wearing?
Fancy albacore tuna. I made a casserole for dinner.
Would you certainly?
Dorothy's Bornak, you're in big trouble.
What? What did I do?
You lied to me, that's what you did. I was going through your purse and look at what I found. Betting slips. You went to the track again. How could you, Dorothy? I've spent the best years of my life...
Can settle this.
All right, Dorothy, tell her who it's going to be.
It's going to be me.
You too?
He asked me last Thursday.
Well,
Oliver? Hey, that's nice. I wish I had a family. Here, I think it's skin cancer.
It's not.
We did the right thing. She has to go back.
But if she actually dies of embarrassment, I'll never forgive myself. So, what is this thing? A liver spot. No.
We're only a hair transplant. But hey, look, I don't want to ruin your evening. You go out, have fun. I'll still be here when you come back, God willing.
No, we have tickets to see Merv Griffin in the Crucible. I'll risk it. Come on, let's go. Oh, look, Stan, I made these plans a week ago. How can you expect me to disappoint Rob?
They laugh, they sing, they slam down a few Boilermakers. Shortly afterwards, he's arrested for showing her how he can hold his palate without using his hands. But I digress.
Baseball was meant to be seen from the bleachers in small, intimate parks with real grass. If there's anything I hated, it's artificial turf.
That never stopped you from wearing it on your head.
Sophie, I'm having too much fun to be bothered by your insults. Are you comfy, babe?
Yeah. You know, this must be my lucky day. I'll be right back.
Listen, Sophia. What about men? Are there lots of men in heaven?
Oh, Blanche, come on.
Well, you asked her about God and Jesus.
Is there anything else we can get you, Sophia? A little tea, perhaps?
I'm not in England. I'm having a heart.
Rose, you cannot go on this way. I mean, life isn't worth living if you're going to live it with this kind of fear. Now, honey, we were robbed. It's scary, but it happens. And now it's over. And the robbers are gone.
I know that. I know it's over. I know they're gone.
Oh?
I don't know a Thor Anderson in St. Louis. But he certainly knew me. Boy, it's finally beginning to happen. I'm getting old and forgetting things. Forgetting people who, at one time, were important to me.
Don't be ridiculous. You're as mentally fit as you ever were. We all are.
For as long as they have left.
Must be one hell of a cup of coffee.
I'm in real trouble here, George. Our marriage is in real trouble.
Excuse me, honey. Hello? Yeah. Describe the pain. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
More around the eyes.
I'm blending, Enrique.
I want my public to trust me. Enrique Mas must have honest eyes. Try number 34. I heard Ted Koppel uses 34 around the eyes.
Felt like dressing up.
Rose, about the movies, would you mind if we didn't go?
Well, no. What do you feel like doing?
Why don't we just do what we did last night?
We didn't do anything last night.
Sounds good to me.
Al, we have to talk.
Can't it wait till after moonlighting? There's a special episode on tonight.
Thank you so much. Oh, everybody get in here. Come and see what I just got.
What is it, Blanche?
My commemorative plate from the Citrus Festival just arrived. I found Fernando.
That's not Fernando.
Well, what do you mean that's not Fernando? How could you tell?
All you have to do is look in his eyes.
Or at the price tag stuck to his back.
Oops.
Thanks for trying, Blanche. It's not. Oh.
Blanche, wake up. People are looking at you.
What? Oh. Oh, I'm sorry. I think I was having an erotic dream.
You know, your father used to do a thing with feathers when we were first married. But he was too lazy. Like you've had too much wine. That's amore.
Oh, Ma, that's lovely.
What?
You're singing.
That was me? I was going to ask you to turn off the radio.
Ladies, I have very bad news. I must shorten my stay, Dorothy. In fact, I'm
embarrassed at you catching me in swim like this. Of course, you should have seen us a few minutes ago. We were feeding each other.
Blanche, look, about those dates I canceled.
Oh, honey, forget all about that. I know I have.
Blanche, can I call you later?
What? Oh, sure, if you want to.
That's 2 double rooms.
I'm afraid we're all booked up. First you give away our rooms, and now you're telling us you're booked up?
That's correct, madam.
It is? Hey, I'm pretty sharp for 3 in the morning.
Yeah, let me handle this. Nancy, honey. Now, I don't generally like to throw my name around, but you really leave me no. You can just call me.
I didn't think the 2 of you were speaking.
Well, we're not.
Then how'd you know it was her on the other end of the line?
Rose, you're bringing down the curve for the whole country.
I just don't believe it. She is coming to town to promote a novel she's just had published.
Oh, Charlie was very stubborn and very dapper.
And then what happened?
And he told me he loved me, and then it was over. And I put a pair of gray flannel pants on him and a blue shirt. I guess you were all right. Frida Clarkson didn't have a friend in the world. She didn't make any difference to anybody. She might as well never even exist.
Oh, Rose, honey.
Let her be by herself.
Oh, this has been a hell of a night. I'm glad it's over.
Marquis at Caesar's Palace. Rain, Rose.
Where is that idiot Stan? Angelo will be here from the airport any minute.
I don't know where he is. You know, Stan's always late. He was even late for our first date.
And then you were late.
Called me 1 hour before he's supposed to pick me up in his brand new 2-tone Mercedes. He's canceled our date for tonight.
Well, he probably had a good reason.
Oh, he said he had to go and visit his sick mother in the hospital. Did you ever hear such a weak excuse?
His mother isn't in the hospital.
Well, of course she is, but he can visit her anytime. He can only see
every year, and every year we end up with Miami's answer to Meryl Streep. Phyllis Amaro. She stinks.
Oh, I thought she was terrific last year in The Diary of Anne Frank.
Oh, Rose, please. During the entire second act, the audience kept yelling, "She's in the attic! She's in the attic!" A minute, there is no Mr. Ferguson in this room.
Isn't this room 203?
303.
Oh, boy, what a day. Since I'm here, do you need the last rites?
Oh, no, thank you.
Have you had your operation yet?
No, tomorrow morning.
Well, good luck. I'm sure everything...
out there ahead of us. But when we pulled up to Bubba's Chapel of Bliss and Tackle Shop, there you were. Well, I was ready for the fight of my life, but all you said was...
Okay, the diamond's not very big. Okay, it's not a real diamond. It's the thought that counts. Okay, I didn't put much thought into it. It was cheap. I'm cheap. What can I tell you?
Stanley, honey, why don't you let me help you pick out something else for Catherine?
I'll help too. Be proud of me. You just wait. Only I can't stop tonight.
Why not?
Because tonight is the anniversary of the death of my beloved cat, Fluffy.
Rose, you have never had cats. You're allergic.
Okay, it's the anniversary of the death of my...
Lose you. That's why I made up those stories about the bank robbery. $45,000 was my life savings. I thought with that money I could treat you like you ought to be treated. Like a queen.
I can't believe this.
I can't believe it either.
And I am sorry about embarrassing you and your friends. But that doesn't change the fact that I slept with Michael.
Oh, honey, I so wanted your first time to be special.
It was, Mom. 4 years.
Right here on this stage. Pardon me? Oh. I'm sorry, that was just an ad lib.
Blanche Devereaux?
Just a moment.
In this way, I feel like a murderer.
Now, I will not hear any more of that nonsense. It was a freak occurrence on a tennis court, that is all.
She's right, Dorothy. You did nothing wrong. Technically, I mean, nothing that would hold up in a court of law.
But why Trudy? She was the... Later, Tater, your spuddy Stan. I can't believe it. One beer in high school and my life is ruined. He's trying to buy my love. He's trying to buy my kids' love. If I had $1 for every time Stan has screwed up our lives.
Here you go. The guy from the ad will be here any second. How do I look?
Ma, you forgot to zip up your dress.
I didn't forget. He's probably got arthritis. Why make it any harder? That's him.
Agreement that says what's yours is yours and what's mine is mine.
You want me to sign a prenuptial agreement. You want me to sign a prenuptial agreement. Stanley, whatever happened to openness and honesty and...
You're hired.
Well, it won't be a stylish marriage.
I can't afford a carriage.
But you look sweet upon the seat of a bicycle built for two.
Who's she?
Sorry. This is my ex-wife, Dorothy. Dorothy, this is my soon-to-be ex-wife, Chrissy.
Hi. I want you back, Stickman. I need you back. I was so wrong to think I'd be happier with Jean-Paul. I realize that now. I can't spend another night without you in that big...
Horrible. Oh, I love you already. In fact, I haven't felt this way about a dog since Rusty.
Oh, God, not the Rusty story again.
Charlie brought him home as a present after our first child was born.
Oh, I wish we had a doggy door so I could push your head through it.
And unless we use them as placemats, your sister will never know.
Finally, someone she can talk to.
I just hope it doesn't make a fuss when my sister's here.
I thought you hate this sister who's coming.
I do.
Blanche, I need to talk to you privately.
Okay.
There's this person, someone I've known for quite a while, and lately there seems to be this attraction.
I knew for sure that he wanted me. I'd always known that there'd been something between us. Sometimes from the pulpit, he'd be talking about sin. He'd look straight at me. We couldn't do anything about it because he was...
I just had an idea. Little Slice of Sicily's a family restaurant, and a mother-daughter commercial would be great. How'd you like to be in it?
I don't know. I mean, I'd have to check my schedule. You see, I'm a substitute teacher.
Please, so someone else sets up the driver's ed cones.
All right, Ma. Actually, then how do you explain this money?
What are you, a treasury agent? It's circumstantial evidence. Hello? Oh, Rocco, we were just talking about you. A funny thing just happened. We found thousands of dollars in your bag, and, well, we were kind of wondering where it came from.
You mean you didn't get dumped?
Well, actually, I did, by my landlord. He threw me out of my apartment. but I couldn't sleep with his best friend. He's over 80 years old and thinks he's the Archduke Ferdinand.
Why did he throw you out?
Well, the new owners of the building.
Rose, here are the poems I was going to read. Look, why don't you look them over and we'll discuss them the next time we're all together, hmm?
So long.
Bye, Blanche.
Actually, I was describing the evening.
Yeah, Burnett. Miles Weber. I just heard about the cheese man on...
Time investment. A week from now, you're going to be kissing the ground I walk on.
Yeah, and you're going to be looking up at it from the other side.
Well, what happens a week from tonight?
Pepe, tell them.
Okay?
Pepe, boom, boom.
Kill Gonzalez.
Attaboy, Tiger. Hey, Pepe, why don't you do some... I'm going to be dead in 24 hours. Couldn't you stay in the closet for one more day?
Rose, what are you doing here?
Splurged? Okay, 1 year we went to Chicago to tour the stockyards. But it was our 20th anniversary. We had a romantic trip coming.
You must have been the envy of every woman in St. Olaf.
Oh, it was more than the stockyards. We even got to...
Maui!
Oh, that's all right. I'm a stewardess. I fly for free.
No, but the thought should count for something.
Chrissy, something happened here in Miami, something that changed the way I feel.
Listen, Stanley, you know, before...
Dorothy,
I really
don't
think
be
that you should-
embarrassed. Chrissy deserves to hear the truth. It's all...
Oh, come on, Ma. Claude Hughes is the dullest, ugliest man I know.
So what's the problem?
He didn't want to go. Ma, now that you've finished...
Attention, new game. Oh, this is a St. Olaf favorite. Everybody puts on a blindfold, and then they choose a partner, and then they think of a number, and the other person thinks of an object, and then the bride tags someone, and they call out their number, and then they switch with her. And
Especially to such small children, I wasn't sure I could do it. In fact, I wasn't sure I even wanted to do it. But then I got to know the kids, and I realized they aren't the issue. The real problem is I'm third in your life. Richard, you know your work comes first, then the It's not hurting it at the moment, but I'm double jointed.
That's very interesting.
Dr. Ashley, the reason we came to the counseling center is that we're roommates and we've been having problems at home that we need to work out.
Before we get to the...
All over the place.
on the farm, a lot of the animals got artificially inseminated. Once, Harry the bull went through a whole spring unaroused. And the cows and my father were out of their minds with grief. I mean...
Down memory lane. I'd taken in some sewing. It was a couple of weeks before Easter.
I'm home.
I'll call the New York Times.
What's for dinner?
Pierre is writing today's select.
I'm pregnant.
This is going to cost a lot more.
Deal's off, Myron. You better go.
But what about this?
Hush money.
Honestly, Mrs. Petrillo, I don't know how this happened.
Let's see. Did you both drink out of the cellar about? In Sicily, 4 and a bed is a treat. It means half your family is on vacation. I slept with my 2 brothers until I was 17. I was engaged to one for a very short period of time. But that's a separate story.
Special and something personal. I know. How about a personal check for $75? And on the bottom, I'm going to write, because I was a big fat jerk.
Blanche, I don't want your check.
Dorothy, please, I am trying desperately to find some way to tell you I'm sorry.
All right. Okay, I will take the check, but I'm not going to cash it.
We don't have to go through all that trouble. I bought this for my grandson. It sounded so good, I kept it for myself.
I love Glenn Miller. I met my husband at a Glen.
Wonders with Stan. You know, he's gotten him to transfer his love for me to a fake monkey.
What are you talking about?
Well, it really is very simple. You see, studies show that when baby monkeys are taken away from their mothers, they can transfer their love.
Drop-us! What are you doing? That's not dog food, that's herring balls. Eat.
Sophia, I'm very angry with you.
Not now, Barbara. I'm busy. I gotta find Rose and tell her something.
Did you or...
Yes?
Yeah, I'm Vinny. This is Rocco. Johnny No Thumb sent us.
Sophia, it's for you.
I don't know this place. Lillian, it's okay. And I don't know you.
Lillian, I'm Dorothy, and this is Sophia. We're your friends. We brought you here from the home last night.
Clever.
Very, very clever.
I can't remember hearing anything more clever. Unless it was last week on Elf when the cat next door... I'll go get the after-dinner drinks.
Barbara, I picked up your first novel the other day.
Ah, yes, so dark the way...
Yes, you are.
All right. All right, I'll go back. Oh, you always win, don't you?
Yep.
Yeah, you're awfully good at this.
I'm the best.
Here we are.
Rose, well, come on in. You're missing all the fun. I'll bet you probably thought that a party full of college professors would be stuffy, but not.
Flowers for Blanche Deveroux?
Oh, no, that's Devereaux. It's only pronounced Deveroux in limericks. Well, Blanche, here you are. You say nobody cares about you. What do you say now?
Oh, from Mel Bushman.
Sophia, did your friend die?
Rose, he hasn't come here yet.
Oh, well, you certainly look black.
Wait, Rose, did you get me a partner for the bowling tournament?
Sure did. You're all signed up.
It's him.
Want me to get it?
Oh, will somebody say I'm sorry before I burst? Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. And if I have to die, I'm just glad I'm doing it with my two best friends.
Oh, I love you, Blanche.
Oh, I love you, Rose.
I love both of you.
Oh, I'm just so full of love.
Snuck out on us, like why you used us. Like why you're speaking better English than Sylvester Stallone.
Happy, what is this all about?
The violin. In 2 days, I have an audition for the Juilliard School of Music.
Yeah, right. And I'm Jimmy Swaggert's favorite way to pass a lonely after.
What are you trying to do? Pickle yourself so you'll live to be 100?
Fine, I'll wipe it off. Tomorrow, I'll be in a wheelchair.
Good night, Mom.
Good night. Keep it up, I'll be the Dramamine.
Off the hook. Not one phone call from a man all day, Rose. By the way, Dorothy, if I were a lesbian, I sure would be a popular one. Look at this. 20 calls. Mirror, mirror on the wall. What am I doing? Just knew you would agree that combining our money to buy one big thing was the best idea. I just hope you like it in light blue.
Like what in light blue?
be right out, Sophia.
Blanche, that's a Mercedes.
I know it. Don't you just love it? It's ours.
Oh, hi, Rose. Out of the closet, I see.
Yeah, I'm back.
Look, I got a card from Ma.
Oh, Dorothy, read it out loud.
Dear Pussycat, I have everything I need, but it's hard to get a decent bikini waxed.
Oh, and humiliation. And why?
Okay, thanks, Blanche. I get the point.
No, I mean it, Dorothy. Why? Hi, Rose.
Hi.
Honey, what's wrong?
I just spent the afternoon with Al.
Well, what happened?
Nothing. Lately, all he wants to do is sit around the house and watch television.
You know that... Barbara, this place is incredible.
Yes, it's the hangout for Miami's literary intelligentsia.
Ah, thank you.
One day soon, Mrs. Blanche Devereaux were to become Mrs. Blanche Devereaux.
I'll alert the mailman.
About it, I don't care about it now. He's supposed to take care of all the maintenance. You better get this straightened out, Rose.
Dorothy Zbornak?
Yeah, I'm Dorothy Zbornak.
I have a warrant for your arrest. I'll have to ask you to come with me.
What for?
Violation of the city's housing codes. Lady, you're a slumlord.
Just wheel these to your room. Oh, thank you. No, thank you.
Hi, Sophia.
Sam, how are you doing?
I'm feeling real good today.
I know, your strength's coming back. You wheeled yourself all the way down the hall.
Excuse me.
You'll spend the rest of your life selling newspapers out of a wagon.
Keep it zipped, buddy. She's not kidding.
Dennis, is everything okay?
Everything is fine. Listen, you two better hurry. You're going to miss your plane.
Thanks.
I'm telling him off.
I'm telling him off. Well, it's not really fair, because I can hear you.
Dorothy, am I showing too much cleavage?
Yes.
Then I'm ready for him, too.
Affected your non-rolling meatball?
Hey, just because you have a chin doesn't mean you're Jay Leno.
Ooh, what smells so good in here besides me?
Lasagna alla Sofia. I made it for the Daughters of Italy cooking contest. All right.
Picking out unusual gifts. Is it terry cloth?
Yeah, I think it is.
Terry cloth wears a long time. It's a nice fabric.
Yeah, it's perfect for a robe. Well,
And they'll even run your picture and let you use up to 100 words in your biography.
How do you know that?
Rumor.
Well, I suppose I could try it, but I could never, ever see myself going out with a man I met that way.
Honey, desperate times call for desperate measures.
Blanche, you make it sound like I'm the only woman in Miami.
Ma, Butch and Sundance steal your seat on the bus?
I had a miserable day at work. That stupid manager docked me a half a day's pay because I said hello to the customers.
You're not allowed to say hello to the customers?
Not at Pecos Pete's Chow Wagon. You have to say howdy. As a matter of fact, you have to say howdy, partner. How about a saddle? I'm not here to confess, Father. I did that a day and a half ago. At my age, how much can I sin? What, I had an impure thought? I'd kill to have an impure thought. That would be 2 sins. But now I'm telling you your business. Let me get to the real point of my visit. It's about you and my...
Okay, that once, but she didn't know I was watching. And she looks so beautiful. Oh my God, if a woman with all my gifts is jealous of her, I can't imagine what a woman like Rose must be thinking.
Hi-ho, the dairy-o, the farm.
Ma, why did you do that?
Playboy is running a spread on the substitute teachers of Miami.
Oh, I'll get it.
Excuse me, I'm looking for Blanche Devereaux.
Ma'am, thing in me. I just keep remembering how you're not supposed to overload electrical outlets.
Maybe you just shouldn't make love when you're wet.
It was not an easy decision, but it's best that I retire from the sexual arena.
Toys when no one was looking. When I come to pick you up, I figure you're going to say you never want to go to school again. But what do you tell me? You love it. You made a new friend named Debbie.
Ma, what the hell does this have to do? Wait a minute. How did you know what happened? I mean, if the authorized Elvis fan club, I'll try to pick up the pieces and go on with my life. I mean, there must be a support group for people like me.
We're sorry, Dorothy, but the bylaws...
Sophia, how did you do? Great. Easily a personal best.
Oh, tell us what happened.
It was electric. The starter fired his pistol into the air, and like a shot, I left half my competition in the dust.
You were that fast?
No, it was the over 80 category. Most of them dropped from fright.
I have a slight hearing loss.
And get this, it's inherited. And it skips a generation. Skips a generation. Yahoo!
Oh. That is not true. You're just going to gloat about this, aren't you? This is nothing but a big victory for you. Look, I am not going to get a hearing aid, and that's all there is to it.
Then to live until I'm 80.
What?
Don't you see, Rose? I'm a man living on a fixed income. All of a sudden, I'm afraid. I mean, I'll be retiring soon. What if I don't have enough left?
Why didn't you just tell me? I understand what you're going through. All people our age came to town dressed as sandwiches. Charlie and I forgot to put cheese between us, and before I knew it, there was Kirsten.
Look, Blanche, what Rebecca is doing is really not so terrible. Are you all right?
I am now.
I can't believe this is the shuttle to St. Olaf.
Arnie, I'm so... How can I make you feel better?
You know what would make me feel better? You could hold me.
Now, how's that?
Better.
Honestly, Sophia, to hear you tell it, you'd think all we do is fight.
Hey, I didn't say all we do is fight. We also talk about sex.
We already talked about sex.
I'm shocked.
Rose. These letters are just a fantasy. The man is in prison for the next 20 years for armed robbery.
Blanche, I don't think it's right to lead the guy on like that.
Oh, why not? The poor man is surrounded by concrete and bars. What's wrong with bringing a little joy into his life?
Nothing.
What do you say we help Dorothy move her things, okay?
Okay. Gee, this is fun already, being roomies with you two. Blanche, I am so sorry. I'll buy you another one.
Well, you can't. That was one of a kind.
Oh, no, well, don't feel bad. I say, what do you think you're doing? She says, she thought Cuneo, the bookmaker, was in the Santa suit. And I say, that's a lie. Well, we have a big fight about it. She denies the whole thing, and we never speak again.
Oh, Aunt Angela, come on. That was 30 years ago. Don't you think you should talk?
Has truly been a father to everybody in our town.
Your mother must have been a very forgiving woman.
Oh, I got a million things to do before Big Daddy gets here. I have to go pick up his favorite food and his...
That's exactly what she said when that shoe salesman took Polaroids of her in the back seat of his Volare.
Dorothy.
Time we rip them up.
Wait a minute, Rose. Have you seen the rest of these pictures?
I'd rather not.
Honey, I think there's some mistake. Look, here's Blanche in bed with Charlie, but this one's Blanche in bed with a pontoon boat. Here's Blanche in bed with a big orange from the...
Well, anyway, the man gave me the brooch, and since then I've never had any problem writing. This is my muse, my artistic inspiration, the embodiment of my creativity.
And you know what's even better? It goes with anything.
It might...
Sign me up. I would love to help.
You? Oh, you turned the telethon into a disgusting manhunt.
A disgusting manhunt. What a great idea! Oh, see, we'll all get dressed in little safari outfits, and we'll have the men in cages. Honey, what you looking for?
Nothing.
Now, Sophia, tell me the truth.
To the funeral parlor. Perks, he called them. That's the stock you come from.
I come from grave robbers?
Grave robber, entrepreneur, potato. He had a family to feed.
I hated that cow.
Was too nervous to eat much at dinner.
But I suppose the rest of the evening really built up an appetite.
Oh, hi! I didn't expect to see you girls up so late.
I'm just having a snack. Dorothy's the one having an affair at a motel.
Thank you, Rose.
They gave you a towel at the hospital?
What hospital? You were born on a pinochle table at McSorley's bar. Hospital, like your father was a member of the Etna family. The closest he ever got to a hospital was when he came to deliver ice.
My guilt is not going to work.
You're right, Dorothy. I was not
eating, Mace. I just bought a gun.
You don't know how to use a gun?
The man at the gun store taught me. In the basement, they've got a little shooting gallery, kind of like the ones at amusement parks. Except no prizes. And you shoot at little paper targets. This was mine.
And again. And again.
Sophia, I still cannot believe you talked us into that.
Please, you three looked gorgeous.
We did, but you give me your honest advice. Can I still pull it off?
Right now, I'd be surprised if you could cut it off.
Are you implying that I might have gained weight?
There's only one way to find out. Here's the scale.
Oh, fine. Dorothy, what are you doing?
Watching Amazing Discoveries. Look at that. The thing just shucks the corn off the cob. Just shucks it off.
I cannot.
Just run dry. That's a metaphor, Dorothy.
Look, why is it so important that I go to this masquerade ball?
Because it's so important to Rose. Just look at her, Dorothy. She's crushed, torn up, devastated by your shocking insensitivity to her feelings. Look at you, girl. Terrific little figure, gorgeous hair, perfect skin. Just like looking in a mirror.
Get some Windex.
How was your trip? Oh, it was wonderful. I met a gorgeous single doctor on the plane.
What the hell are you talking about?
Ask the towel lady.
Really nice meeting you. I'm sure she's all right, but you call me if you need me, and I'll see you tomorrow night. Yeah?
Goodbye, Elliot.
Goodbye, Dorothy.
Oh, thank you for being a kind and generous God.
This has been a great day, Mr. Matsumo.
Toshiro.
This has been a great day, Toshiro. And driving your lawn boy was so exciting.
Just admit that this is all because you don't like Barbara Thorndike.
Right, I don't like Barbara Thorndike. I think she's a phony.
Oh, this from a woman who tells her dates that she was Angie Dickinson's body double and Dressed to Kill.
That's just a little white lie.
Oh, yeah? Then why is it on your job resume?
Blanche.
Okay, boys and girls, it's time to learn about our special word. Kolak, tell us what today's special word is.
Spratnik.
The word for today is hot. Hot has a lot of meaning.
Blanche, you're wearing my earrings.
I know that.
But when I asked you before where they were, you said you didn't know, and now you're wearing them.
Well, Rose, there could be two explanations. Either I was lying or I was wrong about the number of explanations.
I have no intention of blowing this. No, Ken is perfect. I mean, aside from being one of Miami's most successful lawyers. Thank you, Ma. The man is caring. He's sensitive. Do you know that on weekends he actually puts on a clown's costume and entertains sick kids at the hospital?
Dorothy, what are you doing?
Watching Amazing Discoveries. Look at that. The thing just shucks the corn off the cob. Just shucks it off.
I cannot. Well, Rose, I thought you had a date with Mr. Terrific.
Oh, he'll be over in a little while. The producer had to have an important meeting with him after the show.
Actually, I have a feeling it was to discuss some of the recommendations that I made.
I hope you recommended he do some exercise. A man shouldn't be allowed to wear...
Oh, Blanche, we don't have anything to worry about. If we give that baby love and attention and understanding, it'll turn out fine.
That's beautiful.
Besides, what does Spock know about raising babies? On Vulcan, all the kids are born in pods.
If you need to know anything else about me, I have pictures.
So do we. Now, our records show that you come from a town called St. Olaf. You want to tell me about it? Mrs. Dylan, are you all right?
It's just that nobody's ever asked.
Come on in, everybody.
Blanche, what is going on? I mean, that guy's a little young even for you.
What are you talking about? He's a mature young man with his own business. Now, who wants to help me pick out 5 magazines?
Blanche.
Please. I'm in no mood for...
About your car. I went to the bank to get the money.
Honey, I can't sell you that car.
But Blanche...
Honey, I can't sleep from all the worry and guilt I have been suffering. I wasn't totally honest with you, Rose. I told you that car was in perfect condition. Well, it's not. It's a piece of junk. It's the noisiest thing to come out of Detroit since Martha and the Band.
Ma, Jane, do you? I mean, you know, what I mean is
I know what you mean. You didn't tell your roommates that Pat was a woman, did you?
Well, they just assumed that Pat was your husband, and I wanted to make sure it was okay with you before I told
Oh, well, listen, Dorothy, I'm not embarrassed or ashamed of who I am. Hey, you know your friend...
Oh, you know, I think this is the best visit we've ever had.
I think it's because you realized I'm a grown woman.
Well, I never thought the day would come, but we are finally the same age. Why don't you...
Excuse me?
Think you might like some company tonight?
Maybe some other time, Blanche.
Jerry, hello.
Hello, Rose. I'm sorry about all this. Oh, sorry. There's no need to be sorry. I'm a man who acknowledged you had a problem, and I'm seeing somebody about it.
Goodbye, Stan. He's our mailman. We've just allowed him to get a little too close.
Jerry, I'd like you
To a saint, and I'm gonna tell him to work less I'm lonely? Don't you think St. Francis of Assisi's wife had a similar problem? Don't you think she said, Frank, enough donkeys?
So what do? Ask George to cut back on his practice because I don't want to eat alone?
Oh, no, don't do that. I couldn't possibly go to...
She suffered so. It was a blessing in disguise.
I always wondered why blessings wore disguises. If I were a blessing, I'd run around naked.
Oh, that must be the baby.
There's a baby coming?
A couple from my church are going camping over the weekend, and we get to take care of the baby.
Good. Maybe now you'll get some food I can chew.
Laundry thousands of times. Oh, by the way, we're out of Bleak.
Blanche, you dropped these.
Oh, thanks.
Men's underwear?
Getting a little misty, are you, pussycat?
I don't believe it. Blanche?
See, Marvin, how do you like it? Not a pretty picture, is it?
Marvin, what the hell is going on here?
Isn't it obvious? They put an ad in the magazine to lure an unsuspecting cutie like me into their web of sex games. They want me to be their love slave.
Picking up with him.
And I can do the carpools for school because my hours are
And I can
flexible.
help him with his homework because I'm a teacher.
And then we can send him to the University of Minnesota.
Minnesota. Are you crazy, Rose? This kid is going to Harvard.
Oh, Dorothy, those Ivy League schools are so...
Hungry.
That is the truth. He was visiting his aunt at the center. He said he liked my spunk.
I guess it's not easy for anybody to accept being dateless on Valentine's Day.
Well, what's so special about this day anyway?
Honey, it's the most romantic day of the year. George proposed to me on Valentine's Day.
We know you...
Stuff to do. And no one likes me anyway.
You know, first of all, buddy boy, life is full of crappy stuff to do. It's everywhere, so you better get used to it. The president has crappy stuff to do. Second of all, your grandmother happens to like you. My mother likes you. She doesn't hit anyone alone.
But it's not the one you're hoping, Blanche. It was the heater fogging up my car windows that night.
So, what can I bring you, sweetheart?
Don't you dare talk to him like that. Now you get out of here.
Blanche, I think...
Manic Caribbean cruise. I envy you.
Oh, come on, Blanche. It's no big deal. What is it? 3 days at sea with a man. A man who's a doctor. A great big doctor in a tiny little room with me. You were saying?
Made it run, made it race against time. Once I built a railroad, now it's done.
Ma, not now. Blanche's doctor wants her to go back to the hospital for more tests.
It makes sense, just to be on the safe side.
Oh, well, of course it does. I mean, what kind of doctor would he be if he didn't want to check out everything?
Yeah, well, if it makes him happy. If everything's as bad...
What? I'm here for my eyes.
Oh, thank God you're not going to die. Oh, and don't worry, I can be your eyes.
Oh, sweetheart, my eyes are fine. It's just the bags underneath them.
Then I can be your bags.
Rose, sweetheart, you don't understand. I'm here for cosmetic.
Foundation.
Yes, Dorothy, you know that's the man who built the Fjord Falcon.
Henry Fjord was a saint. He dedicated his whole life to eliminating pond scum from Lake St. Olaf. His son, however, was a big disappointment. Henry
Merchandise and made us the fall guys.
We have to appear in court at noon tomorrow.
And where were you? We were calling all night.
Well, I was out with Eddie. Actually, I just got home myself.
Well, I wonder why Sophia didn't answer.
She probably thought it was me calling and decided not to answer. It's a little guilt trick she's used on me.
Dorothy, it's just so unfair. They shouldn't be allowed to do this to a fine teacher like you.
Well, it's part of the experimental year-round school system. Every teacher is required to take a 10-week leave, and my 10 weeks are now.
This wouldn't have happened if you'd taken the job I wanted you to take.
Oh, Ma, you wanted me to be a nun.
Now it's a celebration.
moody impulsive who'd sweep me off my feet. He'd pick me up in his convertible Porsche and whisk me to the airport, and we'd fly to his villa in the south of France, where we'd blindfold the orchestra and dance until dawn. And then we'd watch the sun come up over 2 steaming cups of cocoa. Beer on the wall, 3 bottles of beer on the wall, 3 bottles of beer. Take one.
You need something to go in that skillet.
A car, we want a car.
No, a lifetime supply of soup. Yes, it's soup, soup, and more soup. Every kind you can imagine, and it's yours for the rest of your lifetime. Well, that's our show for today, folks. Contestants, come on down and give...
Who's the dumb one now?
Oh, you're still the reigning champ, Rose. That was David Frost. Robert Frost was a famous American poet.
And when I was with him, he was always nipping at my nose.
I said I'm a bubblehead and I deserve to die.
And it was worth repeating.
Dorothy, I just got off the phone with my girlfriend Gladys. She thinks you can do better than Blanche.
I agree, but Ma, if it's all right with you, I have a lot.
How did you do? You lied to everybody.
You, sir, are nothing but a low-down, carpet-bagging scallywag. And as God is my witness, I will never shampoo your hair again.
And another thing, you'll never what?
Don't ask.
Well, I guess you know how we all feel, so why don't you just get out of our sight? You found an apartment?
Yeah, I went down to the Senior Citizen Center this morning for the early bird special. You know, decaf coffee, sodium-free bacon, and a chest x-ray. On the bulletin board, I saw some advertisements for roommates. So I picked out a few places, and I found one I liked.
But isn't that wonderful?
Yeah, my new roommate will be here in a...
Dorothy, I don't know what to say.
I understand, Blanche.
Oh, no, you don't. See, I used to think I was a miracle worker, that nobody could do what I do at the museum. And then you came along and learned my job in less than a week, and I realized any idiot can do it by yourself.
Rose, all my life I've done everything I wanted to do. Nothing's ever stood in my way before. For the past 6 months, that's how I've been trying to deal with everything. I thought that I could overcome this thing by myself. I guess that deep down inside, I thought I could make it go away.
Hi, Ma. What you doing?
Having a toga party.
Never mind, I'll talk to you when you're not busy.
I'm not busy, but do what you have to. How do you know?
Because it runs in the family.
Well, I guess I'll be going too. You know, Dorothy, out on a lanai out there, it was like old times. You and me, a team, united, partners. Felt pretty good, didn't it?
Thank you very much, Doctor.
Thank you. Well, I guess we have no choice. I'll call my relatives in Minnesota and make arrangements to send baby back to the farm.
Oh, you can't do that.
Well, I'm just as disappointed as you are. No, it's been great having a pig living in the house. But we can't jeopardize baby's health. The doctor...
Jokester, huh, Dorothy?
And speaking of jokes, Stan, that is some toupee you've got. Oh, Rose, I'd like you to meet my ex-husband, Stan Zbornak.
Hello.
And this is his hair.
It's a pleasure to meet you both.
I took you.
Look, Ma, you know what I'm talking about. You complain, you belittle.
You know, Dorothy, I think maybe you're being too hard on her. I know how difficult buying shoes can be. Sometimes you get yourself a really good-looking salesman and you try...
My rear tires have less pressure in them.
so lucky. They never get periods in the first place, so they never have to stop getting them, so they don't have to go through any of this.
They blame us for being crazy when we get them and crazy when we don't.
I remember the first time I got my period. Nobody had told me anything about it. Boy, was I surprised.
You mean your mother didn't tell you?
My mother was very prim and proper.
Piano teeth.
Now, Green Team, what are you going to do with all that dough? Are you going to keep it, or are you going to trade it for what's behind one of our windows?
I say, let's go for the window.
No, we have to discuss this with everyone.
Okay, Guy, we're gonna...
Old Ted is just a doctor and a pillar of his community. Well, on the other hand, you were the king of padded toilet seats.
Hey, they sold real well for a while, even put our daughter through college.
They got me through some tough times, too.
Wait, did I tell you that Larry Krause called the other day?
Really? Did he ever get married?
3 times. Actually, 4 if you count Victor. Not that part, Rose. Anyway, spending time with Stan made me see something that I hadn't realized.
He dyes the hair in his ears. I noticed that month.
Be out of my misery if something tragic happens, like I get a fatal illness or I've lost my looks.
Tell us when, Blanche. Ma, I forbid you to do this.
Dorothy, sometimes you forget. I'm the mother here.
That has nothing to...
2 things in this world, as Cecilia knows. When pasta sticks to a wall, it's done. When a body sticks to cement, it's dead.
Why did it have to happen? You're going to wear a dress and then return... Blanche, that's illegal.
Oh, it is not illegal. It's just wrong. See, I love the dress, but I can't afford it. Not $300 worth. And I have a late date tonight, so I want to look stunning for it. Besides, it's not like I'm going to wear it.
Okay, boys and girls, it's time to learn about our special word. Kolak. Tell us what today's special word is.
Spratnik.
The word for today is hot. Hot has a lot of meaning.
On Saturday night, we'd grab our dog Binky and we'd fly into the...
I hope you're not mad at me for keeping Ma out so late.
Of course not.
Plus, we play cards till we get there. We sleep in a motel. We turn around and come back.
You go all the way to Epcot and you never look at the exhibits?
Please, I'm 82 years old. I'm interested in technology in the year 2000. Hasta luego.
As long as we're resting, Blanche, we might as well take measurements. That's Thorpe. Blanche, would you mind? We're going to need our privacy.
Now, Rose, that's not fair. I want to see you dump him. Well, I let you watch when I broke up with my last guy.
No, you...
What is your plan?
His dog died.
That's your plan?
No, I'm going to replace his dog.
Rose, you don't even like bringing me my slippers.
No, I'm going to get him a new pet to
It's bad news.
Oh, that's eerie. I had the same feeling.
My Aunt Gretchen in Fort Lauderdale died.
Oh, honey,
Rose.
I'm sorry. Were you close to your Aunt Gretchen?
No, I couldn't stand her. Wonderful that they became so close between the airport and here. I hardly ever speak to my cab drivers.
Rose, Doug is not a cab driver.
No, ma'am. Actually, I'm a policeman.
Oh, Well, what's a policeman doing bringing fares from the airport?
Find out what it is, or my name isn't Sophia. Sophia Petrillo. Oh, yeah. Maybe the doctor is right. Maybe I do need all 3 pills a day.
Dorothy will never tell her.
Tell her what?
The secret that I don't know.
Dorothy. Where are the Ural Mountains?
Well, Blanche. A pot of lip gloss and a tube of Maybelline can't help you now, can they, Blanche?
Who needs you anyway? Hey.
It's more than something you really want to do.
Yeah, I remember that.
Anyway, I've always regretted missing out on that one night of history. Oh, Blanche, I never got to see them. And the closest I'll ever get is Beatlemania. It's not really the Beatles, but it's an incredible simulation.
Her temperature seems to be normal. Now, tell me, Sophia, are you taking your medication as directed?
I take my medication every day, if I remember.
You have to remember to take it every day.
Now, I'll see that she does, Dr. Clayton.
Elliot. Well, ladies, it's been a great pleasure meeting you. Dorothy, it's been especially...
Rose, if we can convince Pepe just to show up there and get knocked out, everybody will get what they want.
Well, what if he won't go along with that? We'll talk him into it. There's no shame in taking a dive. In Sicily, it's a time-honored tradition.
I can't help it. I'm so upset. Seeing my sorority sisters was just dreadful.
Oh, what happened?
It was just as if time had stood still for 30 years. Every woman there looked wonderful. They'd hardly aged at all.
I saw a movie like that once. All the women were sucked up into flying saucers.
You're just so much like him.
But I'm not him.
I feel like a fool.
Oh, Blanche, honey. It's never foolish to hold on to a memory. Sometimes it's all we're left with.
I miss him so much.
On rice?
Right, maybe she's a little lax in the housework.
She is more than a little lax. She's habitually late. She's broken quite a number of glasses, and she threw out People magazine before I had a chance to read it.
But, Dorothy, look at all the wonderful things that have happened since Marguerite started working here.
Lasagna or cannelloni?
Oh, Mom makes great lasagna. I can never get mine to taste as good. She says it's because I don't sing to my marinara sauce. That's her secret. She sings opera to her sauce. Except, of course, during the holiday season when she sings Nat King Cole.
Thank you. And so I was thrilled at Blanche. I thought that was wonderful. And then all of a sudden somebody said, well, no, it was Jay Sandrich in his genius. He said, if Betty plays another, Man Hungry, they're going to think it's Sue Ann Revisited. So let's make her Rose. Well, I didn't know who Rose was. And
Dorothy, you're not moving. It reminds me of our wedding night.
Sally, I don't want to dance with you.
Dorothy, please, this is really important. Today, Ted called the airline and booked 2 seats for Acapulco. What does that mean to you?
That he doesn't have a trunk?
Liked you. He'd hang around here all the time. He's a yacht. Who needs him around here?
Dorothy!
Oh, thank God you came when you did. I thought she was going to strangle me.
I take it you weren't able to...
We'll figure something. Ma, could I please see you in the kitchen?
Hurry back, Mama Bear. Papa Bear gets lonely without you.
I think things are going very nicely.
People usually are in this situation, Rose.
Unless they're all dressed up in costumes. Sorry.
What's all the commotion? Oh, boy.
Grandma, this isn't what it looks like.
Please, I'm 80 years old. I may not remember what...
That you wanted to see me about.
Not now, Dorothy. Finish your thought, Blanche.
Into the kitchen, Stanley.
Well, I'll just send one of them home. Only which one? You know, Sophia, I used to have this recurring dream about twins. They always killed each other over me. Maybe I'll drive.
And it was a surprise.
How is that possible? Another man showed up?
What I mean is, I had never seen a man before.
You're not a mechanical person, Dorothy. You never were. For the first 3 months of your life, you tried to breastfeed off my Cameo.
Rose, come on. Do you really think we could do it?
Well, it might take a little time, but we'd sure save a lot of money.
Then let's
Really? What'd you talk about?
art, literature, world events, life. I haven't had that stimulating a conversation in years.
Now, Dorothy, if you're saying you can't get stimulating conversation around this house, I beg to differ.
I can't believe it. It says here that since Michael Jackson can't buy the Elephant Man, he's now put in a bid for the remains of the Big Bob.
Oh, nothing. I just wanted to finish my crossword puzzle. Now then, Dorothy, would you say you are a very neat person?
Oh, yes. Very, very neat.
Please, you're neat and I wear a D cup.
At that moment, I was convinced. Rose, what are you doing up?
I can't sleep. I keep having nightmares about the banquet.
Oh, what kind of nightmares?
I know you can't tell it from the way I look, but it's true.
Okay, Blanche. I forgive you.
Oh.
Dorothy, I've got the thing I want you to look over.
Oh, the thing. Fine, I'll look at it later.
My business was collapsing. I was facing disgrace, Blanche. Well, I know I could have stayed and faced the music, but it's just this damn Southern pride. It's the same Southern pride that kept me from being a dancer.
Just threatened to throw a TV through a plate glass window. That should give you some indication.
Kate seems to be handling things pretty well.
Yeah, that's tonight. She's still in shock. Oh, I remember when Stanley told me that he was having an affair. It was at least 24 hours before I cut the crotches out of all of his slacks. No, Rose. She's dropping off a manicotti with a file in it.
Oh, girls, we're going to get to see Mr. Burt Reynolds. After all, I thought these beautiful tickets were all going to go to waste.
So, which one of you isn't going?
Well, I'm the one who won the tickets.
Yeah, well, my mom's the one who...
Of course, it wasn't really the wilderness. He'd drive in circles for about 20 minutes and then end up in the woods just beyond the barn. It was years before all the kids caught on to Dad's trick.
What do you mean, just beyond the barn?
Here we are. He's a leper. I'm the only one who'll touch him.
Good morning,
Drop dead.
Blanche, whatever happened to getting beyond your ego?
My ego has nothing to do with it. These drawings are brilliant.
Blanche, I have lived with these characters all my life, and I'm the one to determine if your drawings are brilliant, and that one needs work.
What's wrong with it?
Well, you forgot Melvin, the loneliest sea otter. I will never forget the look on your face when Dorothy and I tangoed onto the floor.
And I will never forget the look on your faces when you were disqualified and I won the $1,000.
And it was so sporting of you to share your...
No, I want to go. Lydia looked so peaceful.
We're not in this life for peace.
You're crying.
No, I'm not. I don't cry.
I can see your tears.
And I can see yours. You know what that tells me?
What?
You're not as ready to die as you think you are. You still want to live, kid.
Some kid.
Walking by that sausage case back there really brought back a lot of memories.
Sausage opens a floodgate for many of us, Rose. What's this, Blanche?
Smoked oysters.
Oh, come on now. I know we said...
And one of them has your name on it. Here you go, Opus.
I thought you two went last night.
I traded those for these. Actually, last night we went to see Dying Young. Terrific. I laughed till I peed. And then I laughed at that.
So you mean you just pretended to go to...
I have a surprise for Dorothy.
What? Now that you're off the blood pressure medicine, it's working again?
My God, Sophia, is there anything Dorothy didn't tell you about us?
Actually, yes. I didn't know she was pregnant until 4 days after the wedding.
Hello. This is Rose Nyland. What? I'm one of the winners of the Publishers Clearinghouse? Ed McMahon wants to see me right away? I should leave my Burt Reynolds ticket on the dresser before I go. At his concert last night.
What? Oh, I don't believe it. This is it. This has to be it. Come on, let's get going.
Dorothy, we can't go to a charity event like this.
Rose, the auction started 20 minutes ago.
I'm right behind you.
Hey, those gifts I was talking about, they were more tokens of affection than actual buttons.
What am I gonna do? My God, I'm hallucinating.
Grief counselor, it's what you do for a living.
I know, but I have the highest suicide rate in the office.
Look, Rose, if you don't want to go out with Stan, just say so.
I don't want to go out with Stan.
Oh, honey, I know that going out with Stan is a big favor.
The biggest? You're asking me to spend...
Hey, Dorothy, guess who's on Johnny Carson tonight?
Who?
Johnny Carson.
Must be the anniversary show. Rose, what's that supposed to be?
A flab stimulator.
Ma.
What's going on?
Honey, I'm sorry, but I have to talk to you. Dennis is here. He told Kate that he was sorry for what he did, and they've made up.
Is there something wrong?
No.
Whatever gave you that idea?
As long as there's nothing bothering you. Would you like us to defrost a loin of pork so you could scoop up the sauce?
Well, don't move! That handsome fellow you see back there with his hand in the air is Brian Kingsley of Boca Raton. With him is his best buddy, Barney, a basset hound you'd swear was a member of his family. As we move closer, you'll notice Barney's collar matches Brian's Rolex.
Can we get you anything?
Mm-hmm. Whoa.
I think you got yourself one hell of a lawsuit there, Blanche.
Is this a last minute?
Hook.
Now, I am going to freshen up and call my driver. Then I'm taking you for lunch and a shopping spree, Ma.
That Gloria is some special kid.
Oh, Ma, she's your baby. All mothers think their babies are special.
That's ridiculous. I think all my children...
Mother. Oh, I'm sorry. I came to religion late. I'd say. But it's never too late. And it is my fervent hope that the three of us, you and I and dear little Sarah, may walk the path of righteousness together. I'm pregnant.
Play nice, girls.
Oh, Sophia. She fainted.
He works very, very hard, and he's very, very rich.
And what else?
I don't know. That's all I've ever heard about Grandpa.
Oh, I see. Oh, I wish you'd known Grandpa, Charlie. You'd have liked him a lot.
Do you think he would have liked me?
Liked you
too.
Oh, well, my sister Charmaine was insanely jealous of me from the time I was a gorgeous little infant. See, she was 1 year ahead of me in school, and we used to compete for everything. But there was one thing that Charmaine did excel at: cheerleading. Now, teeniest bit of trouble in your course, and to be frank, passing this course is very important to me, so I was wondering if maybe you could give me a little help.
I see. Well, Blanche, considering that you flunked the midterm, you'll need an A on the final exam to even pass my class, and the odds on that seem pretty slim.
But you see, I have to have these...
Hurry hours, rain or shine. Who are you to judge me?
Now, let me get this right. Dinner at your place tonight. What kind of girl do you think I am, and how could you tell so fast? Possibility that Sophia might be right. Maybe Emily has been abandoned.
Yes, officer, that's correct. Yeah, and we've been trying to reach them all out.
Okay, the diamond's not very big. Okay, it's not a real diamond. It's the thought that counts. Okay, I didn't put much thought into it. It was cheap. I'm cheap. What can I tell you?
Stanley, honey, why don't you let me help you pick out something else for Catherine?
I'll help too.
You know, you are being very small-minded.
You know, a wise philosopher once said, there are no small minds, just big heads.
What the hell does that mean?
I'm not sure. Come to think of it, it wasn't a philosopher, it was Rose.
Phil, just can't wait to testify in court. I want to see those guys fry.
Well, everybody, you will never guess what I did today.
What?
I was in this parking garage, and I had to go to the dentist because I lost my crown and a nectarine yesterday, and there was no parking on the street. There I was.
Oh, you're adorable.
Cute as a button.
Please, please let me finish. I know I'm plain to look at, but everything I do seems to drive the opposite sex crazy. I don't do it on purpose. I mean, it just happens. The way I look at a woman, the way I make love to a woman, the way I...
Flowers for Blanche Deveroux?
Oh, no, that's Devereaux. It's only pronounced Deveroux in limericks. Well, Blanche, here you are. You say nobody cares about you. What do you say now?
Oh, from Mel Bushman.
Let's say 1 to 6 months.
Dorothy, I have a stack of papers that we need to go over before the surgery.
Surgery?
Finally going ahead with that hair transplant?
Sophia, not everybody knows this isn't real.
Oh, please. Stevie Wonder could tell it's a rug.
Believe me, I wish it...
He's feisty, zesty, and full of old world charms, Sophia.
She's mopey, dopey, and full of crap, Rose's sister. Don't mess with me, kid. I have a home court advantage.
Blanche, if you've come here to apologize, I accept.
Just like that?
Yes. I mean, for me, just the fact that you thought of those words is plenty, considering what a selfish, conceited person you are.
But I had a whole speech planned, Rose.
Something between us. Would you consider having dinner with me tonight?
Jeepers, yes. Wow, wait till Blanche and Dorothy hear about
It'll
this.
have to be our secret for the time being. I'm in the middle of a messy divorce, and if the reporters get hold of it...
Oh, I understand. I read People magazine.
Well then, until tonight.
Wants to know if you'd mind if this little boy goes ahead of you.
Oh, no problem.
Oh, no. You need to see a doctor just as much as me. I'll wait my turn.
No, kid. It's your turn. I don't need to see a doctor. You were right, Dorothy. I was faking.
Sophia, I'm shocked.
No. Oh, Rose. Italian men are just the sexiest, most romantic, most gorgeous men in the world. And of course, they just worship me because I'm blonde and feminine and young with a great body.
What mirror do you use?
It's not pretty.
We better go. We have reservations.
I hope he's taking you to a cold climate.
Good night. Thanks, ladies. It was a pleasure.
Nice meeting you, Harry. Have fun.
The man is a scuzzball.
As it turned out, Stan's mother wasn't so bad after all.
Please, the woman wasn't human. I think she ate mice.
Hello? Charlie! Hey, everyone, it's Charlie Jr.
Big hat.
Hi, girls. How are you holding up?
Oh, fine. Just doing fine.
Terrific.
You know, this reminds me of the big dance back in St. Olaf to kick off Pretzel Week. My Uncle Gunther, after the great beer nut shortage of 29.
Foul!
Bother you one more time.
10 packs is all I can give you. I told you that on the plane.
I just want to know which way to the baggage claim. Oh, thank you. And thanks again for the wings.
Rose, I knew that was you.
Lily! Oh, honey, what are you doing here?
Veal in the cafeteria.
Dorothy, you can't find a job and you need the money. Besides, it might be fun working together. Well, nothing. I'm not taking no for an answer. I'm going to set up an interview with Mr. Allen tomorrow.
What was that?
Rose brought a dog home from the supermarket.
What?
Don't I always?
I love you.
I love you too. I look at him, I see Errol Flynn.
Oh, men are so lucky. They never get periods in the first place, so they never have to stop getting them, so they don't have to go through any of
They
this.
blame us for being crazy when we get them and crazy when we don't.
I remember the first time I got my period. Nobody had told me anything about it. Boy, was I surprised.
You mean your mother didn't tell you?
My mother was very prim and proper.
Whoa! Sophia, were you looking? No, actually, not till you stepped off. But I know it's not a good sign when the first rebound goes into the low 120s.
Oh, Blanche, honey, don't worry. All you need is a little spring tune-up.
I suppose you, Doctor.
Rose.
And this is Sophia.
What seems to be her problem?
Well, her blood pressure is up, and she's a little pale and a little tired.
Is she presently on any medication?
Yes, to control her blood pressure.
How long has she been on that medication?
What am I, 2 years old? I don't know my own symptoms. I've lived in this body since I was born. If something...
On a farm, I'm used to it. You see, farmers can love their animals and still kill them because it's all part of the cycle of life. Good animals serve man and then they go to heaven.
Heaven?
Yes, heaven's full of cows and chickens and horses and pigs.
I hope heaven has boots. Little ending to Gone with the Wind.
Oh, that was a terrific meal, Blanche. Thanks again.
Well, you're welcome, Ham. I just figured...
Please, sorry for this mix-up. Goodbye. Oh, my God, I don't believe this. I'm gonna call the cops if you don't get out of here right away, you pervert.
Hi, Father Rossi. Here's the canned goods for the needy.
Oh, no. Rose.
Don't talk to me. Don't try to cheer me up. Just leave me alone. I am angry, and I'm going to stay angry. Stop it. Dorothy, it just doesn't make sense. Why was Charlie...
Oh, Rose, I wish I knew what to say to make you feel better.
Say I'm okay.
You know, we always tend to think the worst, so that when the news does finally come, it's never as bad as we thought it was going to be.
Well,
Well, the good news.
what would you eat?
The matter?
Blanche, I admire you. You're a very special woman. But you didn't make a mistake. You were right. Blanche, I'm happy. I like myself. I want to share my life with somebody, but I want to share it with somebody who's as comfortable with me as I am with them. I don't want to go through life wondering if my tie's too loud or I'm using the wrong...
You won out. I figured you would. I overheard Blanche telling the other girls last night that you got all the brains, charm, and sex appeal, while your twin brother Rob the Slob batted a big fat 0.
Okay, Rob, I'm ready. Let's go.
You're Rob? Hi, Blanche.
You believe this? The stripper's here and we're missing it all because of these stupid blindfolds.
Okay, Farillo, drop your pants. It's time for a little search and seizure.
Touch me again and you're going to prison, lady.
Hulk! Michael! Oh my God, that's Michael J. Fox!
Michael, please, can we talk to you for just a minute?
Michael, it's very important. We won't bother you. Michael!
Yes, that's right. It was a winning ticket, but we gave the jacket away. I'm sorry. Look, we have to do something about the roof. It's getting worse.
Forget it. You know how Blanche is. She'll wait for the ceiling to cave in on her before she'll do anything.
Blanche, listen, we really have to talk about the roof.
Dorothy, I already called the repair man. Last night, the damn ceiling caved in on my bedroom.
So I am a woman in my 50s. I mean, common sense says that I have gotten flowers before.
So, Dorothy, tell me, are those flowers from men? Are they, Are they?
Well, it doesn't matter where they come from. It's not important that some men find your daughter attractive and send her gifts as a token of their affection. What is important is that you...
Good mothers, and you remember what to do. Blanche, watch the others. You look like you pick up things quickly. Gotta go, please.
What is wrong with this baby? Honey, darling, get out of here.
He's also heavy into real estate.
No, it's nothing much, really. I just own a few mini malls.
Oh, your wife must be very proud of you.
Actually, we're divorced.
Oh, I'm terribly, terribly sorry. If I...
Dorothy! Dorothy! I got a Charlie horse, and I can't make it. Shake it off, Wim!
Square.
A statue? Oh, my. Is it going to be a big one?
Hey, St. Olaf license plates don't say big statue country for nothing.
Well, all right, that does it. You're all my witnesses.
Oh,
Speed!
Oh, wait a minute.
Coming.
Thank God you're here. I was a wreck. I was sitting there night after night with Oliver, just lonely as hell. I didn't know what was going on up here. Then I thought, what if I lose her?
Your hair.
Oh, damn, I never should have opened that sunroof. This just isn't my week.
Here you go.
Thanks, Dorothy. Dorothy, listen. I'm really sorry about all of this. It's all my fault. Here.
Okie dokie. Hey, why don't we take a nice walk on the beach? It's right outside the door.
I hate the beach.
Well, then why do you live here?
It's near work.
Do you have a Valium?
No. Oh, but I do have a tangerine lifesaver. That always helps chase the blues away from me.
No, thanks.
What you doing?
Just looking through the old photo album. Boy, you were a cute kid.
Yeah, I was sort of cute. Oh, look, there I am at 7.
An angel.
Here I am at 11.
Adorable.
Oh, look, here I am at 15.
The beginning of the end.
Me out of my misery if something tragic happens, like I get a fatal illness or I've lost my looks.
Tell us when, Blanche. Ma, I forbid you to do this.
Dorothy, sometimes you forget. I'm the mother here.
That has nothing to do.
It's only been rerun 3 times.
Hello, what has gotten into you lately? Before you retired, you were the most active man I ever knew. I had to run to keep up with you. Now you're nothing but a couch potato. You should do more, Al. You've earned it. Isn't there one thing you've always dreamed of?
Nightmares and great sex.
Really? I wouldn't know.
Oh, Dorothy, come on.
Shouldn't we get going, girls?
When you're making love, you don't make noise?
No.
How can you not?
Well, I guess I always felt it wasn't very ladylike.
We should go, girls.
Hold your bladder, Rose.
Cage was empty. Where could she be?
Me. Always mouthing off about how her hair was curlier than mine, her complexion was prettier than mine. I finally said there was good reason for it. She was left by gypsies. Had her completely convinced.
Well, what did she say when you told her the truth?
Oh, I never did.
Him waffles, he loves waffles.
Oh, good.
Well, I'll tell him at dinner. Dinner's better. He won't be rushing. I'll make something great. I'll tell him in bed. Yeah, bed's better.
It always works.
When he's asleep, I'll tell him when he's sleeping.
Renee, come on.
I'll sound like a wimp. I can't possibly tell him.
Listen. One thing that matters in a marriage, and that's if 2 people love each other.
Yeah, well, this is different.
What makes it
What
different?
makes it different is that you're my son, and I don't want to see you make a big mistake.
Oh, so you're saying you think this is a big mistake?
I'm not sure what I'm saying.
For someone who's not sure what she's saying, you're certainly saying a hell of a lot.
Listen, Michael.
You know, Ma, I'm beginning to think the big mistake...
Break out the finger sandwiches. Mr. Astaire looks like he's hungry.
I'm Merrill. Are you Blanche?
No.
How about you, cutie?
Boy, this guy's done hard time.
Here we are not eating chocolate cake, which we obviously adore, because we want to stay very thin and then drop dead. That's nuts.
But we might be thin and stay alive.
But not forever, Rose. We're not going to stay alive forever. That's Dorothy's point. And when you're going to die...
And after lots of hard work and long hours, 10 years later, I own the company.
Uh-huh.
And now I own a lot of companies with branches all over the world. And the amazing thing is, the work is just as exciting to me now as it was the day I started. Now, how about some champagne?
All right, how did the audition go?
Great. Oh, you should have tried out, Dorothy. Everybody was really stinky. You might have gotten a part this year.
Rose, don't be silly. Dorothy couldn't get a part. We're doing the award-winning musical Cats. You have to be agile, graceful, and sensual.
No, wait. Dorothy, have you made a decision?
Yes, I have made a decision. Sonny, I think that Lyle is the sweetest, kindest man I have ever met. And what you have done here is a totally underhanded, inexcusable abuse of power. Oh, Sonny, the power! But Dorothy... Tom Gallagher. Blanche, you're too good for him.
Dorothy, I will never understand what it is you have against Tom Gallagher.
He is a shallow, insensitive snob who stands you up constantly.
Dorothy, there happens to be another side to Tom Gallagher that most people don't see.
What is it?
I don't know. I'm one of those people.
Looking to me? Well, like you.
Don't you see, Mr. Porter, you're not listening to these people. I mean, you're only as old as you feel, and you're making them feel old. And Pussycat, you make me feel old too. You make me feel like I can't make my own choices.
Ma, I worry about you. And everything I did.
There isn't an evening I miss one of your broadcasts, Jerry. I just love that in-depth location piece you did on the homeless.
Oh, thank you very much. My agent said if I hadn't referred to them as bums, I would have won a Peabody.
Wow. So, Jer, ever dress up like a horse?
Is it true what they say about black men in bed? Oh, yes, definitely.
Oh, yes, definitely. That is something I would like to know about, too.
So, what's new?
Not much. You?
Not much.
My condolences on your husband's passing.
Thank you. I've been in mourning 22 years.
My wife's been dead
1920.
Bad year. Now, 1918.
I said 1920.
Okay, 1920 it is, the year I sailed for America. Ah, America. The land of opportunity where the streets were paved with gold. And a young man named Irving Berlin was writing songs.
Come on, Dorothy, we're starting.
He kissed me. He gave me flowers.
Dorothy, come on. It's almost time. Over here, honey. Please.
Hey, man, Steve is leaving me.
For another woman?
Oh, don't be ridiculous. He's leaving me for Tokyo.
Oh, sweetheart, I'm sorry.
What's going on?
Oh, Stevie's leaving Blanche for Tokyo, Rose. All right, Ma, give me your mirror.
What for?
Every morning I hold it under Ma's nose. If it fogs up, I start the coffee. No breath. Oh, my God, he's dead.
Dr. Korea. Well, I wanted to do my part for the war effort, so I took a job in a factory that made canteens. I figured that one of the canteens that I had riveted would somehow find its way to George, and his lips would drink from the galvanized spout I had so lovingly fashioned, thereby symbolically reuniting us.
BC that led to the pilot.
Tony and I had taken a meeting with another writer on another concept altogether, which we thought was terrific, and they didn't. And they being Warren Littlefield.
Blanche, I hope I can see you outside the hospital. Maybe we could have dinner some night?
Oh, well, do you really need to? I mean, do you really need to?
Well, I don't really need to.
But I'm sorry, but I can't.
Well, we do have cheaper brands, but anyone who's, serious about training wouldn't even go near them.
Well, then we'll take those.
Fine. You'll also need aerobic suits, warm-up outfits, wristbands, headbands, leg warmers.
Wait a minute. Leg warmers?
Well, you need something to keep your thighs warm. What are you using now?
Friction, that's what...
I'll call if there's any change.
Come on, Dorothy. I'll take you home.
No, I'm not leaving.
Then we'll all stay.
No, you go.
Oh, no, we're not going anywhere.
I would rather be alone, please.
Are you sure, babe?
Would it be stupid to ask for a group hug before we leave?
Of course not.
I don't know what happened. I came in, she was joking. This isn't working.
Dorothy? Dorothy? Where am I?
Sophia. Orb. It's hard to believe it's been hanging there for millions of years, long before man even came to be. Controls the tides, affects the weather. Without the moon, the Earth would be a barren, stagnant, uninhabitable planet, Rose. It gives life.
Hi. tell me, how'd the class go?
Oh, not so bad, really, although it was harder than I'd expected. But I'm sure that in time I'll be able to master the technique and absorb the subtleties.
She stunk. But the teacher said I was a natural.
Reputation says I can bring a friend to the barbecue. Come on, Rose, they're firemen. After a couple of drinks, they start to do CPR.
Oh, I envy you, Blanche. You really have it together. Not me. I have too many hang-ups.
Good night.
Good night. Two.
Blanche, let me ask you a question. Are you allowed to go back to Chattanooga?
Are you kidding? The sheriff still rides. Lover boy.
Not a clue.
I just got off the plane. I haven't even been home yet. I just couldn't wait to see you, Blanche.
Oh, Lover boy, that's so sweet, Lover boy. Has truly been a father to everybody in our town.
Your mother must have been a very forgiving woman.
Oh, I got a million things to do before Big Daddy gets here. I have to go pick up his favorite food and his... Rose, how was dinner with Buzz?
He asked me to go to Europe with him.
Rose, what about Miles?
I don't know. I honestly don't know. For some reason, Buzz just doesn't want to take Miles with us. Oh, I don't think so. You see, I've bowled with Blanche before. Maybe this isn't the best time to mention it, but when the chips are down, Blanche chokes. Don't you, sweetheart?
Eat chalk, Nyland.
You go get him, Blanche.
Where are the Ural Mountains?
Well, Blanche. A pot of lip gloss and a tube of Maybelline can't help you now, can they, Blanche?
Who needs you anyway? Hey.
And high heels. Well, at any rate, I spoke out. And because I did, a lot of other women didn't have to go through the same thing.
You know, Dorothy, you're right. I have made up my mind I'm going to see the dean about Professor Cooper.
Very wise decision.
Nils.
Here, and I think he's interested.
Oh, not another one. What am I going to do?
Oh, Blanche, didn't you think this thing through? I mean, didn't you think these men would want to buy the car?
No, I assumed once they saw me, they'd forget all about the car. Well, I got to do something to get their minds off that car. I know what, I'll offer them some...
You sure all you want is coffee? The corned beef here is really primo.
No, I didn't even want the coffee. And you were the one who said it'd be rude if I didn't join you. Besides, I thought the little woman had you eating things like sprouts and roots and those...
Told me I was the only woman in your life. You've insulted my sister's honor.
I don't know what to say.
I'll tell you what to say. Say ouch! Say that hurt! Say please stop hitting me! Say it again!
So the two of you jumped in hook.
Now, I am going to freshen up and call my driver. Then I'm taking you for lunch and a shopping spree, Ma.
That Gloria's some special kid.
Oh, Ma, she's your baby. All mothers think their babies are special.
That's ridiculous. I think all my children...
Just talking about you. How are you?
Oh, nice going, Dorothy.
I asked her how she was doing. I mean, it's not as if I mentioned her dead husband.
I
know a lot of people prefer Sonny Crockett on the show, but me, I'm strictly a Tubbs man.
I've never seen the show.
You've never seen Miami Vice? It's only the best show that's ever been.
It's Scandinavian for someone who docks his boat in a handicapped slip.
There is more out
Well, I think it's time that man was exposed for what he really is. I'm going to go over there and tell him off right now. Him.
I love you, Josie.
Bobby, let's go. The exchange is going down. Move it.
What's going on?
Mr. McDowell, there's no time to explain. You just get on the floor and stay there. Is that clear? On the floor now.
And your cast?
Yeah, some of the guys from the team. Are you signing it?
Correcting it. There is no K in victory. Oh, yeah, and we'll just change this to Miss Bornak eats shiitake.
You something with this honeymoon package? Maybe he is. Just maybe he is. But what?
He's telling you it's time for you to marry Miles.
Rose, maybe it is. I hated Phyllis Gluckman.
I do, but at the rate my friends are going, I won't have to spend that much time with her.
I think Sophia's really been shaken up by this.
She's not the only one. Go out with her.
Dorothy, I need someone who's classy, someone who can handle the rich and powerful, someone not too obviously sexy.
Why don't you ask Merv Griffin?
Dorothy, look, I called every woman.
Why? They didn't believe in anesthesia back then. They had a nurse hold a pillow over your face, so the other patients couldn't hear your screams. You had to pay extra for that. Sicily, love it or leave it.
Visiting. Yeah. Maybe he could explain to me how the three-way bulb works. I've always wondered about that.
I've always wondered about the same thing, Rose. That and what Jane Pauley looks like standing up.
Maybe she can't stand up. Maybe Willard has to carry her.
So many books.
That's why they call it a library. It's from the Latin librarius, which means so many books. I'm sure you'll find something you want.
I do believe you're right.
Volunteered for Meals on Wheels, and I think I'm really making progress with Jimmy. Although I could make more if Ma would stop yelling boo.
Boy, you're really taking an interest in that man. What happened to him anyway?
The turmoil of the 60s just got to him.
The 60s were an emotional time for all of us.
You certainly wouldn't have worn those shoes with that dress.
Oh, now, just a minute here, Mr. DeKimmel. I see no reason for you to be insulting my friend Rose or her shoes. Oh, my Lord, look at those things. The Pilgrims landed in nicer shoes.
Yes, do forgive me, ladies. My
Resort on the Black Sea. For weeks, she frolics at this seaside resort and enjoys the company of many young men, all of whom adore her.
All of them?
Shut up, Edna. I work alone. All of them. When it's time to return to Sicily.
Remember? And I was wearing that blue sequin dress. Will you quit complaining, Marty? It's going to be fun.
You said we were going dancing tonight. You failed to mention it was a dance marathon.
Well, the first prize is $1,000, and I have to have that money. I'm in desperate need of medical attention.
Ah, forget it. It's ancient history.
Ma, say something to him.
I can't. Sicilians have a hard time with apologies.
They also have a hard time passing wet cement without putting someone in it. They manage. Go on.
Where Flipper comes to the rescue. It was only after that I picked up Rose's pamphlets and read about these magnificent creatures.
That's beautiful. Water lily?
All right, you dolphin people, get away from the gate.
Watch it! Why can't you people see the light? I'd make you some nice hot milk and then we're gonna pile you into bed.
Rose, you're my friend, so I'm gonna let you read a few pages, but you have to give me your word you won't tell anyone. Your word.
Of course, and then will you sleep?
Whatever. I can trust you. I know I can. You're from Minnesota.
Don't let your ego get involved.
My ego is not involved. Look, I'm nobody special, Ma. I'm just an average citizen. I saw another citizen and I reached out. A man changed his life and I'm just somebody who helped him do it. Me, Dorothy Zbornak, miracle worker. What do you mean you're not calling the police? The man just told you we robbed a bank.
He also told me he had a very good reason. He did it for love.
Gee, the most any man...
It sure was, Bill. Patrick swore to me that I was the only woman in his life.
He told me the same thing.
You liar.
He said he was going to tell everybody about us. He said when the time was right, he was going to rent a plane and...
Write it in the sky? Don't.
No, not really.
Prove it. Put your money where your mouth is.
If there isn't already a sweet roll there.
Right, all right, but now nobody looked.
I always thought you had to pass 0 to hit that number.
But I hadn't. Well, the point is, I was still feeling a little vulnerable, and I was afraid if I got intimate with somebody too quickly, I might end up getting hurt. So I just gave it up, cold turkey.
And it worked for you, Blanche?
Well, not entirely. Barely a month had gone by before I started working in a museum the way we do.
I call them Winter of St. Olaf, and Spring of St. Olaf, and Summer of St. Olaf.
Why haven't you painted the Fall of St. Olaf?
Because it hasn't happened yet. Although we came pretty close when new math came along. Something blue?
Here. Oh, this is blue. Oh, thank you. These earrings are old. They were my grandmother's.
Thank you. Here, I borrowed these knee-high surgical stockings on the bus.
Ma. Here, Lorraine.
Oh, thank you.
That's everything but the new.
Melissa, I know you're just a little girl, but this is the point where you're supposed to stop me and say, I love you, don't go.
Why?
Well, because you're from the South, honey. It's just good manners.
Of course I still love you. You're my grandma. I'm just...
No. And isn't it true that... Well, excuse me, but that's the nicest tie I've ever seen.
Thanks.
Didn't you tell Rose Nyland you were living in a slum?
Sure, but that...
No further questions. Isn't it true, Mrs. Devereaux, that Mrs. Zbornak is the kind of person who likes to...
Decide what's right for you. And whatever decision it is, I'll stand by it.
Thanks, Ma.
Just remember, make the wrong decision, you'll burn in hell forever. Sleep tight, pussycat.
On the table was
Was it the
cheesecake
mirror?
scene. It was a cheesecake scene. Yeah.
It's what
I
we came to
remember
call those cheesecake
the
scenes.
the first show of the second season wasn't, and y'all were responsible, I'm so glad to say, wasn't so funny as it needed to be.
I wrote that one.
Now, wait a minute. The one I'm talking about.
Honey, be reasonable. Now, why won't you give the bear back?
Because he belongs to me.
He does not belong to you, sweetheart. No, he belongs to Rose.
She gave him to me.
But, honey, I had no right to do that.
You mean you made a mistake?
Yes, that's all it was, just a silly mistake.
Ma, why are you sitting here in the dark?
Conserving electricity for those who will still be living past Saturday. Put out your hands, Dorothy.
What for?
So I can say hello like Magic Johnson. So I'm going to give you some of my personal things. My bank book, some stocks.
Oh, Ma, come on now. This is crazy.
And the now?
Oh, Ma, these tickets were sent out 4 months ago. You gave them the wrong address.
Oh, yeah, here it is. My old address from Sicily. 2 miles west of Palermo, underneath the old bridge.
You used to live under a bridge?
Let's leave now.
I was telling Ma about it, you know, how great the weather is and how she would never have to lift a finger for anything. And she really liked the idea of maybe coming out.
Oh, well, I think it'd be great if she were to come out for a visit sometime.
Well, I was thinking of more than just a visit.
If you left it on the couch.
Oh, we gotta find that jacket. This is driving me crazy.
All right. I wasn't going to say anything, but since it's kind of my fault, I'll pay for a new jacket out of my share.
What do you mean it's kinda your fault?
Do you know where the jacket is, Sophia?
What did you do with it, Ma?
Stand back. I know how to use this.
Anything you're going to regret?
Leave me alone. I know what I'm doing. Would you two please sit down? A terrible mistake has been made here, and I'm the one who made it. See, I thought you all would go out once and eat a boring dinner and tell each other a couple of boring stories. Only usually I'm one of the ships.
Well, Rose, it's all out in the open now.
I can see that. Holly, I'd like to speak with you in the kitchen, please.
Made love in the daylight.
Why is that amazing?
Well, you can't hide anything in the daytime. At night, I could be Godzilla. You'd be thrilled.
I'm thrilled, period. Everything about you thrills me.
And that's amazing.
Got a phone call. Oh, from a Glenn somebody.
Glenn O'Brien?
Uh-huh.
Did he leave a number?
Who's Glenn O'Brien?
He's the married guy she shacked up with 4 years ago.
And look, I'm not proud of what I did, but didn't seem so bad at the time. He was trapped in a bad marriage.
There's no such thing as being trapped in a marriage.
Are we gonna play or do you want to forfeit?
No way. No, Dorothy Zbornak doesn't know the meaning of the word forfeit.
And she's a teacher, too. No wonder the Japanese are ahead of us.
I'm gonna kill you, Trudy.
Oh, not the only ones who live here. Dorothy has to say it's okay, too.
Oh, thanks, Blanche.
But if he lifts his leg in this house, I'm rubbing your nose in it.
That seems fair. Bye, Annie Blanche. Bye, Annie Sophia. Come on.
I don't know how she gets away with it. If she was my age, she'd be locked up.
Convinced I'd blown it. I was sure I'd made a bad first impression. But then I met Rose, and I realized I could have shown up naked playing a ukulele and still gotten the room.
Oh, it's been such a lovely day. Mr. Sunshine really gave us one of his biggest and brightest smiles. Oh, I feel like putting...
Oh, there it is. Ma, what are you doing with my resume?
Punching it up. How's this? 1946 to 1984, took part in extensive anthropological research.
Why anthropological research?
Because it's better than saying married.
Oh, the question.
No, Rose, I'm not going to work. Oh, girls, I just can't. Donald will be there.
Blanche, you're going to have to face that man sometime.
Look, I appreciate your concern, Rose, but I will not go into that museum today. I have my dignity. I have my pride.
Oh, Blanche, your copy of Slung magazine just arrived. Come on, Ma, you expect me to believe that? Promise me you won't drive.
Regal and dignified and upscale. And 50% off. Dr. Rosenzweig over-ordered on the Vixen 3 model.
Blanche, are you sure you're not being a bit silly?
Why?
Let me tell you something. When I was a schoolgirl, I
6 more numbers? Seal Kessler's jumping up and down, shouting, I'm rich, I'm rich. Of course, she also does this every Thursday morning on the boardwalk to attract men. Frankly, I think the whole thing was fixed. That's why I told Father Donatelli I'm going to ask Hugh Downs to investigate. I guess they sent you over to show.
Truly, Si, I'd be delighted to do it.
Beautiful.
Guess what? I'm going to be in that commercial with Ma.
Dorothy, I told you I don't want a bunch of strangers traipsing through my kitchen.
We'll pay you $1,000 a day.
Allow me to give you the grand tour.
Oh, no, don't come in here.
Never got a letter.
She never sent it. She forgets.
I don't forget anything.
Hi, Angela.
Hi, Blanche. No, honey, I'm Blanche.
Doesn't that make it confusing, having 2 Blanches in the same house?
And Angela, honey, wouldn't you like to lie down? You've had a long trip.
I don't want to lie down. I just got here.
Oh, I always get tired after a long...
Sophia, you did nothing of the kind.
There's a lot of money in here.
That does look a little bit like Sophia's wallet.
It's a man's wallet. Now, did either of you see who did drop it?
Afraid not, no.
There's over $2,000 in here. Whoever lost this must be frantic. I think we should turn it into the lost and found.
Wait a minute. Carol Teagues really buys her clothes at Sears.
So, where are you going?
Out with a friend from work. Is it the same friend you've been out with 5 times in the last 3 weeks? Yes. All right, spill it. Who is he?
His name is Dr. Jonathan Newman. He's a psychiatrist at the Grief Center.
So, Rose, you're seeing a Rose. Oh, Rose. Honey, did you finally get to sleep? Wake up, I have to talk to...
Way of combating that?
Well, we'll find out.
What do you mean?
I've never really done this before. And so you're saying that you never really complained about the bugs to the Zbornaks. Is that right?
Yes. You're very bright.
What's your point?
Sorry to interrupt. Go on.
Well, Dorothy, you have no idea how my sister Virginia and I used to chase after this boy. Well, everybody did. He had it all. Football star, champion debater, class valedictorian.
How long did you and he do?
Who's she?
Oh, sorry. This is my ex-wife, Dorothy. Dorothy, this is my soon-to-be ex-wife, Chrissy.
Hi. I want you back, Stickman. I need you back. I was so wrong to think I'd be happier with Jean-Paul. I realize that now. I can't spend another night without you in that big...
Broke her hip, fell through the shower doors, hit her head against the sink, got a concussion, and swallowed her dentures. To hear her complaining, you think no one else had problems. I took some of her cookies. You hungry?
No, I'm too upset to eat.
Honey, they're doing everything they can.
Oh, I won, but we love each other and...
Excuse me, Snoop?
Liar.
Rhino?
Lizard. It's real love, Mr. Benson. It's an honest love. And yes, we might have secrets that we stubbornly try to hide from each other.
Python?
Swamp insect.
Anyway, I'm glad I got back before Kirsten and Charlie got here.
Who's Charlie?
Rose's granddaughter.
That's a girl's name, Charlie? That's a bookie's name.
Honey, she's named after Rose's husband.
Rose's husband was a bookie?
He sold insurance.
An even bigger racket. Pregnant.
What happened? The rabbit died laughing? What do you need the money for?
They're having a special at Shoppers Warehouse. It's something I really need.
What?
Tube socks. Woman's in denial. I saw that dog with Ida's blue scarf in his mouth, and no one has seen her since.
Ma, what does Fred's dog have to do with this?
It's a known fact that dogs take on the personality traits of their masters.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Oh, yeah? Then why does your brother Phil's poodle like to wear that tutu and hop around on his hind legs?
Dorothy, you're home. Where's Angela?
Still out in the car. Aunt Angela, you were supposed to wait in the car. Did anyone see you?
Relax. Somebody passed by and I made like I was a lawn jockey. I think it worked. His dog...
That's very good. I like a roommate with a sense of humor. My last 2 roommates were 2 old sticks in the mud from Minnesota. Oh. Tell me a little about yourself.
Well, my name is Rose Nyland, and I'm from Minnesota.
Stop it, girl. You're killing me. Oh, but...
Is it serious?
Very. If I can't afford a new fall wardrobe, I'll never land myself a doctor. No offense, Marty.
You know, Blanche, sometimes I don't think you're serious about me.
Don't be silly. I love you as much as I could any dry cleaner. Always give me the best advice about men. Who says wisdom comes from experience?
Ma, why are you sitting here in the dark?
Conserving electricity for those who will still be living past Saturday. Put out your hands, Dorothy.
What for?
So I can say hello like Magic Johnson. So I'm going to give you some of my personal things. My bank book, some stocks.
Oh, Ma, come on now. This is crazy.
To her home. My kids would have been clear across the country. I couldn't bear to lose them, so I stayed.
Your children are over 30. You're still staying for them?
I couldn't leave her because of all the things we're
Oh,
going
look,
on.
I don't want to hear about it. Oh, my God, I'm storming out to the bathroom.
Will you look at what we have? We make each other happy.
You lied to me.
Limbs.
I think maybe I'd better put it in now. There, that's better. Farewell.
Charming homes.
Yes.
Full of idiots.
Yes.
What? I never saw anything like it. Must be the water.
I grew up in St. Olaf, and most of my family still lived.
We can barely afford a patch job.
Well, what are we gonna do? Go without a roof?
Maybe we can talk Sid into letting us pay in installments.
Oh, that's a great idea. Now, he's a reasonable man. I don't see any reason why he wouldn't go for it. Okay, a new roof it is.
Look, I said that payment was due today, not next Thursday.
Well, we set the play in a barnyard. Luckily, the symphony was out of town at the time.
Can I take it then that you will play Henny Penny?
I'm your chicken.
Great, I'll set the oven for 425.
They can sleep in Ma's room, and she'll sleep with me.
Oh, Ma doesn't get a say. It doesn't matter what Ma thinks. Ma's a piece of furniture who has no feelings or opinions.
Oh, nonsense, my little hat rack.
But I'm sure if you just give me a chance, we'll become fast friends. Dorothy, I really wish you'd respect my feelings about this.
I really wish you had voted for me in the Little Miss Brooklyn pageant.
Hey, I calls them as I sees them. Now, ladies, please. Now, here's a picture of Dorothy's 9th birthday party. Look how scared the clown looks.
You know, I can't believe you actually got a clown for my birthday. I can still see his big red nose and those huge black circles around his eyes.
Oh, he wasn't a real clown. He was a friend of your father's. He'd been beaten up the night before.
Knew about that a long time ago. Nolan told me. And he said you were the one that was lousy.
Take that back.
Won't. Will.
Come on, girls, now let's examine our priorities. We have no food, water, or shelter. Besides, I also slept with Nolan on that fateful trip.
Oh, it's been a wonderful afternoon, Patrick.
It's been a wonderful week, Blanche.
Oh, Patrick, our relationship's just so special, I don't think I can keep it a secret any longer.
Well, it's hard on me too, Blanche. But when the time is right, I'll rent a plane and write it in the sky.
Oh, Patrick, sit down.
Stan, you're wearing my robe.
Tell me about it. Which one of Stan's angels forgot to pick up my dry cleaning? Oh, well, cheesecake. I I just love it when we all get together like this.
Bless you, Warden.
I wouldn't mind sleeping here on the sofa.
That lumpy thing, no, you're sleeping in my room.
Thanks.
I think I'll retire too. This is the night I do my facial packs and compresses. It takes me an hour, but that's why my skin is as smooth as a baby's bottom.
So, what I'm saying is, will you marry me, Dorothy? You know, again. Dorothy, these last few months have been incredible. And after all the struggling, we're finally into the good stuff.
Rose, Blanche, this is the part where my good friends are supposed to shut off the TV and run after me. So either shut off the TV or I'm going to hurl it through the window. Thank you. I'm touched.
How you holding up, Dorothy? Died. I fell to the floor, blinded, writhing in pain. Couldn't move for 20 minutes.
Well, what do you know? It works.
Works? They thought I was on angel dust. They wanted to arrest me. I'm lying there dying.
It's all a big mistake.
Voila.
Oh, will you? All my keys are bent.
Don't just stand there. Applaud them. Goes wrong. I'm the first one to hear about it.
I'm sorry, Sophia. What seems to be the problem?
What, am I a doctor?
Why don't we start by taking your temperature, huh?
Temperature? He must have graduated at the top of his class.
Under your tongue.
Tell me, are you...
No, Rose. Hookers. God, that must mean everybody here is...
Everybody here is under arrest. This is a raid.
To use Blanche for your own depraved pleasures, and then betray her by casting her aside like yesterday's garbage, are you?
Certainly not.
You sure? Because it would really help me out.
Oh, so the dam upstream had broken, and this rush of water swept the bridge away. Larry saved my life. If it weren't for a mouse just like that little one in the kitchen, I wouldn't be sitting here today telling you this story.
I just hope she doesn't let herself go to pot after that baby comes. I don't want that big-eyed husband of hers coming after me.
I never do very much with my eyebrows.
That's why, from the nose up, you look like Wilford Brimley.
Watch, but there's nothing we can do. It's her daughter. It's her choice. It's like something that happened back in St. Olaf.
Oh, Rose, stop. Rose, why is it when any one of us makes an observation, the first thing we hear from you is back in St. Olaf? Did it ever occur to you that we might be sick and tired of hearing back in St. Olaf, back in St. Olaf, back in St. Olaf?
You shouldn't have any problem.
Are you kidding? This is gonna be just like fishing in one of those trout farms.
May I have this dance, Sophia?
I got the time if you got the dime. I'm all yours.
Crazy when I told him.
No, that's what fathers do. They yell and they barbecue. That's what separates them from the apes.
Well, what did your father do when he found out you were pregnant?
He chased Stan for 3 blocks with a salami.
How come?
They don't leave much.
Little kiss?
Hey, to me, a first kiss is still the sexiest thing in the world.
Get out of here.
Really? Well, the way I look at it, anyone can just jump into bed together. Me, I believe in romance. And that can start with something.
You happen to be Popeye.
Hiya, Jake. What can I do for you?
We like the best table in the house.
You got it, buddy.
Oh, this is great. Thanks.
we'll have the usual.
All right. Are you sure this is the best table in the house?
Did you get a splinter when you sat down?
No.
And this is...
Got one funny line? And how about that sequel? Dorothy, what the hell were we just talking about?
Look, Ma, Stan and I have a long history together, and it's nice that we're finally able to talk to each other as friends.
Friends are one thing, Dorothy, but he's your ex-husband and you're giving him the wrong guy.
It's a gift. Keep it. Marguerite, if you're trying to bribe me, there's no need. As far as I'm concerned, you have the job.
Fine with me.
Oh, me too. Can you start tomorrow?
I'll be here bright and early.
We'll see you then.
Right. You be sure and use that just like I told you now. Yes, ma'am. Bye. Bye now.
This is all because you're going through the change?
God, I hate that expression.
What is the big deal, Blanche? It's nothing. Look at it this way. You don't get cramps once a month. You don't go on eating binges once a month. You don't get crazy once a month.
You just grow a beard.
No, I mean in the center. See, there's just a slight flaw in my iris.
Oh, yes.
Blanche, Patrick,
Dorothy, what are you doing here?
I live here.
You mean you and Blanche are roommates?
That's right. Now, what is going on?
Why, Patrick was just kind enough to drop by and help me rehearse my part in the play.
Rehearse?
Since Daddy tore down the treehouse.
Does anyone know where the aspirin is?
Buffered, time release, or synthetic?
Time release, I guess.
Capsule, tablet, or liquid?
Gee, I don't know.
Don't take the one with the childproof cap.
Dorothy, I've been thinking it's silly for us to take 3 cars to this reception. 4 couples can easily fit into 2.
Sounds fine with me, and I'm sure Howard won't mind. Ma, you and your date can ride with us.
I don't have a date. Willie scared off all the eligible men down at the center.
Blanche, can I borrow my pearl earring?
Oh, sure, honey. And you and your cousin Arnold can ride in our car.
Oh, I'm not taking Arnold.
Your mouth waters,
Your nose runs.
your heart races.
Your blood races.
Rose,
Say it, Ernie.
it's time, Rose.
Check, please.
And now it's my treat.
With rainbow sprinkles, they're 5 cents extra.
What the hell? I'm a sport.
Rose, are you still here? Dorothy's due back with Angela.
Never to see one another again. Rose, one of those girls was me. The other one you probably know as Mama Celeste.
Ma, why didn't you use your key?
I left it home. I thought it would weigh me down. Oh, look, it's a letter from my friends, Philomena and Dominic Bosco back in Sicily.
Oh.
They're visiting Miami and they're bringing their daughter, Gina.
Who are they?
Oh, well, Gina and I were born within minutes of each other at the same hospital in Brooklyn. That's when Ma became friendly with Philomena, before the family moved back to Sicily.
Will the Boscos be...
Try to adapt to it. Rest when you need to, eat well, eliminate stress if you can. Right now, there is no cure and no one thing that relieves symptoms in everyone. Right now, I'm afraid you'll just have to live with it.
Oh, why didn't they tell me, all those doctors I saw?
I'm sure some of them weren't familiar with it. And the ones who have heard about it sometimes
I believe you said no.
Oh, come on, Rose. We've talked about pets. Now, there's no one home during the day to take care of it.
I'm home during the day.
No one lucid is home during the day.
Oh, please. I've already named him Bingo, and he really likes me. He follows me wherever I go.
Rose, the answer is...
Miami Vice.
Miami what?
Vice. Ed's with the police department.
Oh, I thought he was with the university. No, actually, before you left last night, I thought he was the doctor from the plane. Then Dorothy explained to me that he was the university interviewer.
Oh, no, that was Michael, the guy I flew to the...
Give up. People care. They really do. Good people won't let this kind of suffering go on. You just gotta hang in there till tomorrow.
Sophia, it is tomorrow. Tell me a story. What? Tell me a story. It always worked when I was a little girl.
I don't know any stories.
Make one up. All right.
Once upon a time, there were 3 bears.
Not that one.
Pigs. No, elephants. And they lived with a little girl named Rose.
The elephants lived in the house?
They were elephant dolls.
Okay. What about Dreyfus?
The other day I thought he was lost, so I got a second dog, and then the first one came back.
Sophia, are you kidding me?
Come see for yourself.
Wow, 2 Dreyfuses.
No, 1 Dreyfus.
Thing, Laszlo, I'd like to ask you a question. By any chance, is there anybody here tonight in whom you might be interested romantically?
Well, as a matter of fact, yes.
Oh, I knew it, Ethan. I knew it.
Laszlo, looks like we're a hit.
Election, and Blanche hates us.
No, I'm upset because they haven't rerun The Facts of Life Goes to Australia.
I wouldn't be surprised if Blanche never speaks to us again.
Well, she'd certainly have every reason not to. We did a terrible thing not believing her.
I feel like Hans the plate spinner. Yeah, funny thing about
Rose!
Oh my God, Dorothy, I need help.
Rose, you're headed for a meltdown. Now make a point. Any point.
The point of the story, actually 2 of the stories.
What they do is their business, but if I ever see your hand on Rose's behind, it'll kill me.
Wow, what a hunk.
I know. Eat your hearts out.
Blanche, did it ever occur to you that possibly Rose or I might be interested? Mammy Eisenhower. I think only the Nixon kids got to call her that.
Anyway, Mammy says she's going to be in town in a few days and she wants to see me.
You don't sound very...
This is horrible. What will I wear? I don't believe I have a thing that doesn't call attention to my bosom.
Try not wearing makeup.
Ma, do you actually think that the Pope makes house calls?
He will this time. I made it crystal clear.
Yeah. You know, it's really been interesting. I got hit, did chores, learned all about handicapped animals. All in all, it hasn't been half bad. And if it's all right with you, I wouldn't mind living here full time.
Miles, it's me. Miles, this isn't easy. I've come to a decision. I can't keep the ring.
Bottom half is as good as his top half. I'm in love.
Boy, the timing of Jerry's visit works out perfectly for me. See, his birthday is in 2 weeks, and the office is giving him a surprise roast. So I have to come up with 1 or 2 things that I can kid him about. I can get away with it because he considers me a good friend.
That southern accent of yours really comes and goes.
Grits, all right?
That grandmother of yours is really a sweetheart.
She sure is.
Bless her heart. How do we get rid of her?
What, Dan, are you making a pass at me?
Yeah, if I strike out, I strike.
You know what I think? I think I can handle this relationship with Dirk. I'm going out with him Saturday night.
Was there ever any doubt?
Momentarily. This is strictly off the record, but Dirk's nearly 5 years younger than I am.
Let's go home. Okay, girls, let's go.
Good.
Blanche.
Dorothy, I just can't take my eyes off that man's body. I want to see Moa.
He is covered with oil, wearing a loincloth. Really, Mr. Howard?
Dorothy, if I were you, I'd put the cake down.
You see, Mr. Music's brother is Mr. Lawyer. Besides, that's not a very adult thing to do.
You're right. I can't do it.
Mr. Ha-Ha?
Yes, Bobby?
Yours, Blanche.
How about a game of hide and seek?
Sure! Great! Yeah!
Well, how about you, Norman?
Isn't that outfit a little young for you?
Come on, Norman, let's go. That boy hates me.
Oh, no, he doesn't, but he...
I still don't think she should have been awarded the car. Not that she got to use it.
Butt out. I'm having an important moment with my ear. Dorothy,
Rose, honey, is that why you're training? For your parents?
They always wanted me to be a champion ice skater. They were so proud watching me practice. I know their dream was for me to win a gold medal, but I hate ice skating.
Rose, listen, you don't have to do anything to please your parents.
she's right. I'd like to...
Dorothy, you think Bert's gonna like this dress?
Oh, yeah. That plunging neckline will really show off his chest hair.
You know, the last time I wore this dress was at the 1972 presidential inauguration. I ended the evening dancing in the arms of the president. And the next morning I wore a tentacle.
No, you didn't. Any girl who says that and doesn't blush knows what she's saying. You were the only thing that kept me awake in biology class. Yeah, to old friends.
Oh, I wish you weren't leaving tomorrow. Mama, do you remember that Mother's Day that I almost ruined when I ran off to get married?
No.
Sure you do, honey. Don't you know I was a senior in high school? And I was madly in love with Deck Bovinglow. We'd been dating.
After all.
Two clunky old bodies thrashing around against each other. Like animals.
You get all sweaty and flushed.
Hair gets mussed.
You lose your breath.
You lose your earring.
At the priest. You know I can't cut loose with a priest around.
Sophia, he happens to be a very nice man.
He gives me the creeps. He's been following me. They always follow the old people. It's like parking tickets. They got a last rights quota.
Sophia, there.
You what? It was a joke.
A joke? That's a terrible joke.
Awful.
You can't joke about a thing like that.
God, Rose.
I'm sorry.
I believed her.
I was set to go to her hanging.
Some joke. Going through those photograph albums yesterday with Dorothy, I realized that I haven't always been easy to love. Oh, I was a horrible child. Rebellious and difficult. But you always made me feel loved and beautiful.
This stuff sounds a little better when you've got lapels and a vest. Anyway, my clients are charged with trespass. But the only real crime they committed was their overzealous championing of the defenseless dolphin.
Authorized Elvis fan club. I'll try to pick up the pieces and go on with my life. I mean, there must be a support group for people like me.
We're sorry, Dorothy, but the bylaws...
Difficult to hear, but you're probably right.
I knew you were a quack. If you were a legitimate shrink, you would have strung us along for months.
Girls, but all they had left were petites.
So what did you buy? Shoes?
I'm a petite. I better get over there. I need a black dress for Dr. Silvano's funeral.
Dr. Silvano died 2 months ago. You went to his funeral.
Right, I can't.
I'm making omelets for us without yolks so we don't get too much cholesterol. And that leaves us all these yolks, which I hate to throw out, so I thought we'd give them to the homeless.
Fine, give them egg yolks. They'll die of heart attacks. They won't need homes.
You use a phrase to mean something else. Like when I say men are blinded by my beauty. They're not really blinded. They get their sight back in a day or two.
Oh, Barbara, this is my mother, Sophia.
Ah, Sophia, your daughter is one of the most beautiful people I've ever met.
Why didn't she stop the dress thing?
He's been doing that all his life. That didn't start with me.
Oh, so it's my fault.
Are you worried that people will think it's your fault, Sophia?
Oh, it's not like having a war hero in the family.
Angela, was he a good husband?
Yeah.
Well, if it ain't the kinfolk.
Ma, where did you get that outfit?
I bought it. Me?
Big deal. More people get to kiss you than the Pope's ring.
Blanche, you have to go in there and talk to him.
I will. It's just that I'm not very good at it. I was only blessed with one talent, turning men on.
Like you've had too much wine. That's amore.
Oh, Ma, that's lovely.
What?
You're singing.
That was me? I was going to ask you to turn off the radio.
Ladies, I have very bad news. I must shorten my stay, Dorothy. In fact, I'm leaving
myself.
We have created a poetry-writing citrus farmer who writes letters with a lavender felt pen. And Rose thinks he's the most fascinating creature on earth. Now, what do you think that says?
About Rose?
About the whole bunch of us.
Dorothy, I got a big problem.
The Metamucil.
Up there, just landed down here. You better beware. The message is clear. The military fine. The prospect galling. It's run for your life. The sky is falling. This is terrible. I think we best both go warn the king.
Checkmate. Checkmate? I thought we were playing Yahtzee. Okay, that's a do-over.
No, that is not a do-over. You do this every time. Last time you thought it was checkers. Before that it was battleship. And twice you yelled out snake eyes.
I'm sorry. Look, we have to do something about the roof. It's getting worse.
Forget it. You know how Blanche is. She'll wait for the ceiling to cave in on her before she'll do anything.
Blanche, listen, we really have to talk about the roof.
Dorothy, I already called the repair man. Last night, the damn ceiling caved in on my bedroom.
Poison eyes and a carrot nose and a cucumber mouth. Do you think we should give him some broccoli hair?
Why not add a gold chain? We'll call it Sammy Potato Jr.
I do not know how I let you two talk me into this thing. Those kids are going to break everything in this house.
Come on, Blanche, you are...
Why is there an R on some of our coffee cups?
R for regular. Blank ones are decaf.
I don't believe you.
Look, I know intellectually there's no way I can catch it. But now that it's so close to home, it's scary.
Well, Sophia, I'm afraid you're just going to have to get over that. Good morning, Dorothy.
Good morning, Blanche. Blanche, have you seen Jean?
No.
I wonder where she could be.
Didn't you say where she was going when you all got up this morning?
She never came to bed.
Maybe she stayed in Sophia's room.
Ma, did Jean...
When I had a severe attack of writer's block, my head was devoid of all ideas and thoughts.
That happens to me a lot.
Do you write?
No. Why do you ask? Hello? Hello? I can hear you breathing, you devil. Now, why are you doing this to me?
Here. Just calm down. Let me handle this. Hello, this is Blanche Dever... Oh, Chuck, yo. Those paramedics never give up.
Don't end this, Blanche. My wife doesn't understand me.
Well, I do. You're a cheat. Get out. Will generate little interest.
Oh, Blanche, it's a terrific idea.
What's a terrific idea?
We're going to hire an Elvis impersonator for our next club meeting.
Dorothy, if you were picking out an Elvis impersonator, how would you pick a good one?
I'd thump on his belly and see if he's right. How the hell should I know? And why the hell should I care?
I don't think I can stand it much longer. My body feels like a Corvette up on blocks with its engine racing and the wheels just spinning and spinning with nowhere to go. I feel like I'm going to explode. Dorothy, you have to help me. You have to do something.
Honey, there's nothing I can do, so get that look out of your eye and let go of my hand. Didn't Jay?
Yes.
And you still used every cheap ploy to nab him before we had a chance?
Yeah.
Then what do you have to say for yourself?
Damn, I'm good.
Well, thank you, Mrs. Devereaux. If the president decides to come, this administration would appreciate it if...
Well, that could be fun. What do you say, Dorothy?
I don't think so. I haven't been to the track in 15 years.
Oh, go on, Dorothy. Take her. It'll be a fun afternoon, and Rose can memorize a horse.
I'd rather not.
Oh, Dorothy, please, come on, be a pal. I'd do it for you.
Why can't you go by yourself?
I'm afraid to go to the track by myself.
We're from when people stayed together because they had no choice. Ma, would I be insisting on this checkup if I didn't care about you?
Why can't we just do each other's hair like Blanche and her daughter?
Oh, look, Ma, I know you're scared. I'll go with you. Look, when I was little,
Her name is Devereaux. Blanche Devereaux. Sophia, honey, you really ought to go out on the lanai. You're missing quite a shower.
I'm not missing anything. Where I'm from, the marriages are arranged.
Nothing, and I can't tell you how much I appreciate it.
Dorothy, I want to talk to you about my apartment. I'm grateful. I love where I live. And the last thing I want to do is to come to you with every little problem.
Rose, so nice to see you.
How was your trip, Clay?
Oh, fine. It just went by in no time.
Well, that usually means he met a stewardess he liked.
Blanche.
Lunch, dinner, or drinks?
Dinner.
Oh.
I'm beginning to see the family resemblance.
Honey, come on inside. I'll get you all settled down, and then I want to tell you all the wonderful things I have planned. And you can smell their pipe tobacco and their maleness. And then their arm accidentally brushes against your bosoms, and the room is filled with the heat of a taboo lust.
How to get in touch with Morley Safer?
I wonder who that could be.
Maybe it's the Count's clarinet player, Henny Goodman.
Angela!
No, Sophia Loren. I stopped using oil of Olay.
Angela!
Back in law school. Now it's time for an update on our biggest and most important charity fundraiser of the year, the annual Hospital Variety Show benefit. I'd like to call on our chairman, Dorothy Zabornak, for an update. Dorothy?
Mrs. Petrillo.
They're not here.
Ma!
Don't ma me, you cheap floozy.
Ma, you would do this to your own flesh and blood.
You get over it, Dorothy. And if you don't, who cares? I'm on my way to see Burt Reynolds. Is it my stroke or did they do this already?
Talk. I have a feeling they'll do the rest.
Sounds logical to me.
To me, too, but Don't forget, we're dealing with two old women here who think that boils on a man are a sign of virility. I mean, logic doesn't exactly apply here.
Well, at least we can give it a try.
I think Rose is right. Dorothy, why don't you take Angela and we'll talk to Sophia?
Angelo will be on a plane headed for Brooklyn. Wish I'd taken my raincoat.
Why are you two dressed like that?
Well, these are our costumes for the play, Dorothy. We were in the middle of dress rehearsal when they told us all to go home right away.
There's a hurricane heading. She's down the hall. Last door on the right. Go.
Hello? I'm John Porter. I'm in charge of admissions.
Oh, yeah, hi. I wanted to talk to you about my mother.
About checking her in?
No, about a collection of commemorative plates. Of course, about checking her in.
And he told me to dress him.
And?
And I dressed him. And then we had a fight. I grabbed a pair of white pants, and I was putting them on him, and Charlie said it was after Labor Day, and he couldn't wear white.
In the middle of a heart attack?
Hacienda Hut. Thought I showed the kid the town, give him some quality time. Maybe it'll make up for never teaching him how to ride a bicycle.
Stanley, how come I've never seen you at the Hacienda Hut?
I never have to stay long. I'm a chick magnet. That's why they call me Mr. Lucky.
You mean for 38 years, just have to do until Disney unveils their Dumbo line? I'd better grab something to eat before Eddie gets here.
Wait a minute. Why don't you just go out to eat?
There never seems to be enough time. Tell me to my face.
If you're so angry with him, tell him. You don't have to kill him.
I know, but I want to.
Dorothy, anger is a lot like a piece of shredded wheat caught under your dentures. If you leave it there, you get a blister, and you gotta eat Jell-O all week.
Savannah, meanest gal in town. Now leather is tough, but Hannah's heart is tougher. She's a gal who likes to see men suffer.
What's the matter, Blanche? You seem upset. Is anything wrong?
Oh, no, no big deal. Just one little thing. I feel like I've died and gone to hell.
Pull yourself together, pussycat. Gershwin confused a lot of people.
Dan!
Ladies and gentlemen, you now have enough clues to solve these murders. Who did it? How? And why?
The butler did it.
I'm a maitre d'.
Thank you. The maitre d' did it.
Philip did it.
Gloria did it.
It was Kurt.
Then you'll bring it up.
Time for my shake.
Honey, how you doing with this diet?
Oh, no problem. Piece of cake. Nice big piece of chocolate cake. Devil's food, smothered in whipped cream and coconut flake.
Only once. But they shot him into a tree. After that, no other herring would do it. Well, we aren't going to waste this day. We have to do something constructive.
Jeopardy is on in 15 minutes.
Sounds good to me.
Let's go. I'll just slice up this cake and bring it in.
Sophia, don't you have to go back to work?
Please, I don't perform brain surgery. I give people directions to the cafeteria.
Wanted to.
You mean she has the energy, just not the desire?
Exactly. You know, her mother lived to be 94 and was active right up until the very end. I remember when Grandma was in a wheelchair, she was on the go from morning till night. But she always had time to talk to her grandchildren. Gee, if I close my eyes, I can...
I'll be honest with you, Kate, I never liked him. From the moment that worm slithered into your life, I knew he was no good. What kind of a man has so little respect for the institution of marriage that he can cheat on a wonderful woman and jump into bed with the first available bimbo who comes...
Rebecca, Jeremy, is there something you all would like to tell me?
As a matter of fact, yes.
Please, Becky, let me do it. Blanche, I'd like to ask for your daughter's hand in marriage. I'd take the rest of her, but I've got a bad back.
Evise.
Well, that solves the mystery. They think Rose is a little kid.
What are we going to do? If she reads that letter to the press, she'll humiliate herself.
We certainly can't tell those Russians the truth.
Why not?
Because they will use it as a propaganda ploy to convince the whole world.
Dress at 7:30 for a dinner date. So which one of you really is Dorothy Zbornak?
I am Dorothy's best friend, Blanche. I'm filling in for her because she's dead.
Reason to bore your friends with a dull story, you know, so you embellish it, you add a little shading, a little color, a little hot tub. I guess it finally caught up with me. But I do think I've learned my lesson.
Can we have
Our happiness where we can get it.
That's the same attitude that broke up Debbie and Eddie. Eddie and Liz, Liz and Dick, Martin and Louis, Rowan and Martin.
Shut up. Hello? Hello, Glenn.
Hang up on that.
Pretend that we're happy, and then complain to anybody who'll listen.
Michael, congratulations!
Is the Zbornak-Wagner party ready?
I think we are.
Well, wait a minute. Lorraine has to have something old and something new and something borrowed and some place in Chicago. It'll be a lot easier for me to get used to new surroundings than it would be for her.
You really think you moving to Chicago is going to solve Lily's problems?
I want to help her.
Oh, look, I don't think you're helping her by offering to be a nursemaid. I mean, Lily is not an invalid.
You don't understand. All our lives, Lily was the one who always took care of me.
After a night of pillaging and raping, a Viking wants a little something to go with his cocoa.
Well, the smell god awful.
Yeah, just when you're about ready to throw up from the stench, that's when they're done. Who wants some?
Rose, if these had been offered to the Donner Party, they still would have eaten each other.
Right here, Sophia, I want you by the table.
Excuse me, I'm going to have to ask you to leave. I'm very upset.
Rose, this man is paying me $1,000 a day to make a commercial in my kitchen.
I live here too. I have every right to use this kitchen.
Miss, this will only take a second.
Oh, yeah, well, it'll only take a second to knock you on your keister, buddy. Now, what's it going to be?
Look.
Tantalizingly, just out of reach.
Let me guess. St. Olaf County Jail.
And Delhi.
Look, we have to do everything we can to help Ma. Now, the three of us have got to put our heads together and try to figure out for certain how that fire got started.
You're so right, Dorothy. And we...
Butts! Anyway, we had a terrible fight about her quitting school. She told me to stay out of her life, and she ran off to Paris to become a model. She swore she would never speak to me again, and she hasn't either till today.
Well, that sounds like it's all in the past now.
Oh, I hope so. I have...
Dorothy Zbornak!
Dorothy, stop that. You're making a fool of yourself. Mr. Ha-Ha's looking at you.
Are you Dorothy Zbornak?
That's right.
Get up on stage, Dorothy!
Get bent, ha-ha.
Come on, kids. Let's give Dorothy a great big ha-ha cheer! Ha-ha!
Lucky. Not so lucky. The man in your bed is dead.
What?
Dead.
Oh, Sophia. He's not dead. I was just in there.
So was I. I went to put back your laundry. And I see there's a man on the bed, so I introduced myself. But he doesn't answer.
Much about both of you. I'm just so glad you finally got to Miami.
Well, when Mom told me she needed me to review the estate papers, I figured it was a perfect excuse to come for a visit.
It's just a will, Kirsten. I wouldn't call it estate papers.
And while we're down here, I'm gonna go to astronaut camp.
Astronaut camp? There's a camp for astronauts? Is it...
I am sick. I've had to give up my job because I was too tired to do it.
How'd you get here?
I flew.
No, to my office.
A taxi.
And from the taxi?
But how did I get from the taxi to your office?
Not a hard question.
I walked. Right, you walked. You're not...
Now, you, excuse me, Becky. You take my arm. I'm going to lead you.
Now, Rose, you always had a terrible sense of direction. You take my arm. I know the way. It's 49 steps, right down this way. And watch out for the wad of gum on the 41st.
I'm so proud of you.
Oh, this is nothing. Wait till you
find out what kind of a man Elliot really is. Now, if you're her friend, you'll tell her.
But, honey, she'd be devastated. What kind of a friend would I be to hurt her like that?
Well, what kind of a friend would you be if you let Elliot ruin her life? She could marry that man. They could have a child. They could adopt a child. Believe who's going to be there. Dom DeLuise.
Wow!
Lonnie Anderson.
Wow!
Charles Nelson Riley. Charles Nelson Riley.
Wow, who else?
John Forsythe?
Mr. John Forsythe.
A very special message, and she doesn't even want me to tell her about it.
You could tell me about it, Sophia.
Really?
Oh, yes, I'd love to hear it.
Picture it. Heaven. 2 days ago. I'm holding on to Sal, telling him I'll never let go. When who shows up? You know what I'm saying, Dorothy?
Yes, Ma, and it's nice. You're saying you love me and you care.
No, I'm saying buy genuine Q-tips. If I'm gonna put a stick in my ear, I'd like a little cotton at the end.
Here it is. I found it.
You found what?
The lens, which I'm now going to rinse out in the solution that we have too much of.
Thank goodness you're here. I made up that ridiculous explanation, hoping I'd run into you. So you live here too?
You're going, we might miss the aliens.
That would be fine with me.
Dorothy, why are you talking that way? I think it's wonderful that there are other beings out there trying to meet us. They might have solutions to all our problems, cures for our diseases, new storylines for Al.
What do you want me to do? Throw her out?
Yes, and while you're at it, ditch the commie.
I don't believe this. I just don't believe it.
Blanche, what's the matter?
Listen to this. Vixen stared at herself in the mirror.
I said go on.
Give him a break. He barely got it out once with a straight face.
What about me? Could I be a goddess too?
No, no. You are an Earth Mother. Sweet.
Rose, I know I'm babbling, but it's just because I'm so excited. Maybe I should open up with a joke. No, my jokes are boring. Maybe I should just tell a story. Like the time my Uncle Gustav got drunk and tried to milk a porcupine.
Listen, Rose, we have to tell you something.
There has been a...
Honey, where is he? Where's your doctor?
Dennis is at a seminar. I'll bring him by tomorrow.
I can't find my culottes.
Grandma, you look sensational.
Oh. Relax, relax. You're already in the will.
Before anyone does anything,
Well, I know he wants to get remarried, and our relationship is getting much more serious, and he just asked me to dinner to talk about something important. Believe me, he's going to ask me to marry him.
And how do you feel about that?
I don't know. I like him a lot, but he wanted someone with more innocence.
With more cellulite is more like it.
Take that back.
I will not.
Yes, you will.
I will not.
You will too.
No.
Girl, what is going on here?
Nothing. Rose just stabbing me in the back.
I did not.
She's been posing for Laszlo, too.
He asked me to.
I sure don't know why. He'd go to see you.
Anne, I feel renewed. I feel like a huge weight has been lifted off my shoulders.
Then maybe you should share some of that happiness with your sister.
Ma, face it, we just don't get along.
Your family, you should force yourself to get along. She needs you.
Oh, Dorothy. Gloria, hello. We were...
Every day this week with a variety of homemade Danish, begging her to listen to reason. Well, she didn't want the apricot, and she didn't want the cheese, but today the prunes seemed to do the trick.
Always does for me.
Anyway, after she snarfed down 2 of them, she said she'd save the tree.
Speak of the devil, here comes the miserable old
Sophia.
The Pope is saying a mass on his stop over here. Ma got 2 tickets. We're going together. Oh, a papal mass is something people wait a lifetime for.
Whoops.
Whoops. Is that Pope related or just another bark in the kennel?
The Pope, I traded our 2 bad tickets way in the back.
I don't know what to do.
That's the point. If you're not sure, you can't change your mind tomorrow. You wanted me to be here for your death. How about letting me be here for your life?
Like a friend.
Like a best friend.
Marry your daughter. And, well, I guess in asking her hand, I'm also asking your hand. So what do you say? Will you be my mother-in-law?
Marrying us both, eh? So, I suppose one could say 6 years ago you left us both. Of course, that was after you
This is the best champagne I've ever tasted.
It should be. It's $430 a bottle.
Rose, I can't afford that.
Well, you did say the best.
Rose, for heaven's sake, you should have told me what it was. I said the best. Nothing like this. You live your life a certain way, and now you're paying for it.
You are assuming that I'm guilty because of my past. Well, that is not fair. Listen, girls, I'm in trouble here now. This isn't funny anymore.
You're right. This is not funny. It is sad. You couldn't come to us and tell us the truth. And you still can't.
But he's just a boy I knew from my village in Sicily that I was engaged to once.
What?
Well, what do you know? Sophia has a past.
That's right, but unlike yours, I didn't need penicillin to get through it.
Ma, you never told...
Of course, he also said sitting on cold concrete will cause hemorrhoids. So we just sort of learned when to ignore him. Oh, my God!
Rose,
Honey?
what happened? Honey,
Call an ambulance! Oh, my goodness.
Rose, you're too hard on yourself. I know people who think you're dumb over the phone. Doorbell. Doorbell. I sit with my back to the wall. Except any diner in Newark, where if you're against the wall, you stick.
Hi, Blanche. Shouldn't you be lying down?
Yes, but I'm tired of being on my back.
Cadet never lies.
Ladies and gentlemen, several weeks ago I brought a letter to the attention of our premier. He was so moved by its childlike simplicity, he requested to meet with the little girl who wrote it.
Ma.
Is it morning already?
No. I just wanted to ask you a question.
What?
How would you react if you were told that one of your kids was gay?
Your brother Phil is gay? I knew it. When he was a kid, we couldn't keep him away from those gladiator movies.
Back in law school. Now it's time for an update on our biggest and most important charity fundraiser of the year, the annual Hospital Variety Show benefit. I'd like to call on our chairman, Dorothy Zabornak, for an update. Dorothy?
Promised you'd go. I know, that's what I said, and all I can say now is tough. I'm not getting on that plane, and you can't make me.
Well, then I'm not going either.
Oh, I don't believe my ears. Girls, the entire purpose of this trip is to conquer our fears. Why, if we...
No one can replace Mr. Terrific. You can just say goodbye to Mr. Policeman.
It's Thursday. I thought he was supposed to be Mr. Mailman.
All right, what do we do now?
Listen, your star is just a phone call away. Give me the word, and Mr. Terrific will be back on the air.
Well, wait a minute. I think I've got a bill. Sorry for you?
That'd be a start.
Nah, the Sophia I know is a survivor. That's why we got married. You beat out a lot of other women.
Oh, yeah, there was a hell of a long line waiting to get to you, Sal. What's the name of that girl with the warts?
You see? Some things you do remember.
When it comes to art, you cannot hold a candle to me. So why don't you give me back my closing banquet before you go and mess everything
You
up?
listen to me. Mr. Allen gave me that banquet, and I intend to take charge of it, regardless of your childish insecurities.
Childish? Who are you calling childish?
Who are you calling a backstabber?
Girls, I think this little fella better stick...
and yours aren't? Please, Gloria, I'm happy for your children, all except Catherine. No, she really should have taken the nose job instead of the Mustang for graduation.
This reminds me of when we were little, and you used to tell me bedtimes.
Dorothy is such a liar. Oh, she sure is. Since Patrick got into town, he's been seeing me.
Places, everyone.
News. How could you do this? How could you do this to me?
Dorothy, there's a hurricane a-comin'. Fierce winds and driving rains. Who knows what's going to happen to all of us? I felt scared and vulnerable.
Oh, Stan, you big, bald girl.